Check, check, 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2.
Check, check 1 2. Check, check. Mic check. Testes, testes 1 2. Is it really? Oh, cool. Oh, I didn't turn it on, so that wasn't live. Check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 1 2 1 2. Volume check. Volume check.
I think we're good.
And good morning from the ISTC World Championships at Full Throttle Raceway in Kissimmee, Florida. We're here for rounds 2 through 5 today. And after round number 1, Marshall Scari, Naoto Matsukura out front by over a second.
Yep, he was the clearly the fastest car on the track by single laps and over a 5-minute run. And going to be watching a couple of different storylines today. One of them was the Yokomo and Tamiya lockout almost completely of the A-main so far. Christopher Kroppen, the Kyosho rather, is the only guy who's broken up that domination. We'll also see if Paul Lemieux can make good on the speed that he showed in the first 4 minutes roughly of his qualifier and see if he can break into that top 10 as well. And it'll be interesting to watch. Talked to the track crew this morning. They've made no changes to the surface, and so the track should be something that the racers can work with right off the bat this morning, and it'll be good. We'll see what happens.
It's pretty interesting to see. A lot of the teams here brought brand new cars. Of course, this is the first time that we've seen the HB Pro 5 in action. But Yokomo, with their brand new prototype, they haven't even let us see it without the body on yet. But they had 5 of the top 7 spots.
Right. Clearly the car works well. Tamiya's also here with their new 419 vehicle. And yeah, it's been kind of a Japan versus Europe affair so far. America not getting to where they want to be yet, but we're still early on in this event. Still got 5 more chances to break in there.
And speaking of Tamiya, Hillis Groskamp, the defending champion from 2012, sat 8th after the first round. Not quite on pace of the top drivers, but looks like he could just get it in the main for yet another year in a row.
Yeah, I'm fully expecting him to make the show. It's a question of what spot and what can he do with that spot once he gets there. So the one storyline of many that we'll be bringing you for today and tomorrow. And stick around, and we will continue qualifying here from the ISTC World Championships on liverc.com.
Hope you continue watching on as we get into rounds 2 through 5 of qualifying, and working toward that ever-important title-deciding A-main that'll happen tomorrow.
All right, you have my drivers from race 10, please. All my drivers from race number 10. Make way I have police return marshal. I need Naoto, Ronald Volker, Mark Reinhardt, Kia Sobu, Gil Groskamp, Christopher Klopp, Victor Wilk, Alexander Hagberg, and Bruno. I need you guys out here turn marker, please. Let's go, gentlemen. We got 3.5 minutes to the start of this race. 3.5 to start. Three and a half minutes for the stop and roll. We will go off on time. Gentlemen, make sure you have a car number on your car. You will start by car number today. I will call you off by car number. You know, turn marks out there, please. All turn marks should be in place. Once again, all turn marks should be in place. Section 1, let's put them down. Section 2, to the start, to the start. Alright, insert section car 3 and car 2. Car 3 and car 2. There's car 2 and there's 3. One to start, gentlemen. One to start. Your runner is going to be car 10. Followed by 4, 3, 5, 1, 2, 6, 7, 9, 8. Once again, it's going to go 10, 4, 3, 5, 1, 2, 6, 7, 9, 8.
Good morning and welcome to the second qualifying day here at the ISTC World Championships from Full Throttle Raceway in Kissimmee, Florida. Heat 1 for the day is lining up. This is Daniel Sieber, Lee Passell, Dave Duncan, Michael Wise, Ken Miller, Chris Hillier, Mike Haswell, Grant Remington, Uri Kolenchik, and Roman Kuhar. See the cars on the grid there in high definition video. And we are going to begin the day with round 2 of qualifying. Yesterday, qualifying dominated by Yokomo and Tamiya. And here we go. Sieber leads them out, the German, down the back straight in the gray and the orange. Naoto Matsukura TQ's round number 1 in a Yokomo Tamiya battle of the giants, for lack of a better term. We're going to run 4 rounds of qualifying today. Timetable is posted on our home site, and we are going to adjust audio as we continue here. Going to our VRC Pro track cam and looking for more feedback as we continue to adjust the audio here. And thank you for your feedback too.
One come down, 350 to go.
Three laps in for the field so far. It is Sieber, Miller, and Hillier, your top three. The German being chased by two Americans. Early pace 16.502. This is race 1 of 10, and we're going to do 40 heats today, 4 rounds of 10 heats each.
Race 2, you can soft. Race 3, you can get fast. 2 and soft, 3 fast.
Sieber, Miller, Hillier continue to be your top three as we circulate the track. Starting a little later in the morning than we originally thought, and I think they were trying to adjust for the amount of dew that was on the track yesterday morning in open practice. They did do more open practice this morning, and I kind of hung around the pit lane and took a look at the cars that had just come off the track, and they looked relatively clean. They didn't have the horribly gummed up tires that we saw during open practice yesterday. Sieber continues to lead. Hillier in the second spot. Pacell moving up to the third spot. Duncan moving up to fourth. Remington earlier on was in the top three, if I remember right. He drops way down to seventh. Pace 16.502 for Sieber. Through the sweeper back into the infield. It's that orange nose with the gray tail. Through the infield chute, around the Omega, and across the scoring loop. Minute and a half left in this one. Sieber now working in lap traffic. Let's see if they're kind to each other. Yesterday, IFMAR used the final round of time practice as basically a chance for these drivers to get to know each other. So they did their final resort into the qualifying heats and then had a run that did not count for positions. And it was basically a chance to have these guys drive amongst each other. Oh, Sieber throwing a shoulder. And then Karma possibly getting the best of him as he's having trouble getting down the back straight in a car that looked like it got extremely loose. There we finally pick him back up. This lap will not be stellar, but he is back underway. Duncan sneaking up into the second spot now. Hillier runs third, Pacell fourth, Wise in fifth, Ken Miller sixth, Remington seventh, Kolenchik in eighth, Kuhar ninth, and Haswell off the track after one lap. Well, we got our audio dialed in. So let's watch some car racing together. This is heat 1 of round 2 of qualifying. We did one round of qualifying late in the day yesterday. Naoto Matsukura was victorious in that round. And we are winding down race 1 of the day. Master clock has expired. And Sieber trying desperately to get to the line, and his car is fighting him every inch of the way. There he comes in, and he will set the mark to beat. Early on in this one, losing 10 seconds of pace over the last several laps. Finishes up with a 16.512. Duncan 16.518. Chris Hillier 15.501. And so the day begins here in Kissimmee, Florida, just outside of Orlando. We're about, I would say, 15 to 20 minutes south of downtown Orlando. Earlier this week, the Live RC crew was in Largo, Florida at MinReg, taking care of the 12th scale World Championships won by Mark Reinhardt. Look like these guys may have. This is the drivers from race 2 getting their first look at the track.
You need me there, Eric, tell me.
LiveRC.com's coverage of the 2014 IFMAR World Championships for touring cars is being brought to you by Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HPI Racing, Calandra Racing Concepts, Reedy, and Lifetime. I'm coming to you from the VBC Racing Broadcast Center trackside. Instant replays today will be brought to us by Tamiya, and VRC Pro provides our track cam. You'll be getting a look at here shortly. Coming up in race number 2, it is Damian Giddens, Jeff Hastings, Michael Hanelick, Wojciech Rozwadowski, Antonio Caroli, Anna Viskel, Jake Danilchik, Chris O'Donohue, Fred Kellner, and Sean Schutte. And I'm glad to report that I'll be able to do a better job of reporting on which drivers are from which countries today, as the race organization personnel have provided much more detail on countries. Getting settled in, ready to go with race number 2 of 10. This is Great Britain's Damian Giddens, the United States Jeff Hastings, American Michael Hanelick, Poland's Wojciech Rozwadowski, South Africa's Antonio Caroli, Germany's Anna Viskel, the U.S.'s Jake Danilchik, Brit Chris O'Donohue, American Fred Kellner, and South Africa's Sean Schutte. All right, drivers are warmed up, lined up, and ready to rock. Race number 2 is on the clock. Damian Giddens will lead them out in the blue, the orange, and the white, making the trip from Great Britain. Mark to beat, Daniel Zieber with a 16.512.3. Yesterday in qualifying, we saw just a handful of guys crack into the 18s. What we also saw was the early pace would decay as the heat went on and the tires warmed up. I'm curious to see if the pace decays much in this first round, since the heat of the day hasn't really descended upon us yet. 2 laps in, pole Rozvadovsky takes control early on, followed by Schutte and Hastings. Early pace is good, 16.502 for Rozvadovsky, which honestly is about the pace Zieber was on in the previous heat until he had some terrible laps at the end of his effort. Rozvadovsky in car 3 continues to lead. Picking him up, he's the white car with the white ghost flames and white carbon fiber. And if you look really close, you can see the white skulls on the hood. He continues around, heading onto the back straightaway. Some of the manufacturer team managers, I guess, were getting in the ear of the track personnel yesterday, complaining about that right-hand turn coming onto the straightaway. It's hard to see in the camera shot, but there is a large border right there that's soft. A little bit tough to see from the driver's stand, which is the perspective we're looking at right now. And some drivers were clipping it, and the team managers felt like that barrier was larger than it should be. But the track personnel basically ignored the request and have left it alone. Saw a couple of cars clip that in practice this morning and go rolling on their hood. However, the design of that barrier is such that it's very soft, so it hasn't claimed any suspension parts. Rozvadovsky through the sweeper, having to really get on the binders there, the car not wanting to turn. Schutte runs in the second spot. Hastings runs third. The pace decaying a little bit for Wojciech at 16.506. So we're continuing on as Schutte takes over. His pace 16.506.0. Rozvadovsky 16.506.5. Hastings 1.1 seconds behind Rozvadovsky in the third spot. Caroli runs in the fourth spot. O'Donoghue fifth. Giddens in sixth. Kellner runs seventh. Visco eighth. Hanelick ninth. Danilchik 10th. Looks like Hanelick and Danilchik is off the track. Closing in on the end of race 2. Schutte now leads on a 16.506. He's got Rozvadovsky right behind him, though. Hastings hanging back just a hair, although he's less than a second behind Rozvadovsky. This will be a sprint to the line between Schutte and Rozvadovsky with 25 seconds to go on the clock. TQ looks like it will be reset by roughly 6 seconds. Wojciech's 14th lap, a little bit rough at 19.4. He gives up a little bit more of a gap to Schutte. Half a second between them as we sprint to the line. Drivers now out on their last lap. We follow Sean Schutte from South Africa, the red, the yellow, and the white, heading back into the infield. He's trying to keep it clean, get it home in one piece, and does so, and he will reset TQ for round number 2 of qualifying. 16.505.9. Wojciech Rozvadovsky, 16.507.2. Jeff Hastings, 16.508, and Antonio Caroli, 16.512. LiveRC.com's continuing coverage of the IFMAR World Championships is brought to you with support from Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HPI Racing, Calandra Racing Concepts, Reedy, and Lifetime. VBC Racing has provided promotional considerations for our broadcast center. Tamiya is providing the instant replay, and VRC Pro provides the track cam. We are getting set for the racing against Jackie Shum, IFMAR Long. Rico, Tapanoia, Mike Haynes, Dennis Pickful, Trin Tanan Sakshakul, Stephen Boyce. Qualifying continues here from the World Championships as we bring up race number 3. It is Jackie Shum, Haifeng Wang, Miko Tapanoia, Mike Haynes, Dennis Pickful, Trin Tanang Sakshakul, Stephen Boyce, Andrew Doherty, and Uri Hudi. And cars head out, or we're about to head out on the track. Cars lined up, looking to take down a 16.505 by Sean Schutte. And leading us out is Hong Kong's Jackie Shum, followed by China's Haifeng Wang. Finland's Miko Tapanoia will start 3rd. American Mike Haynes starts 4th. Brazilian Dennis Pickthall starts 5th. Thailand's Trin Tanang Sakshakul starts 6th. American Steve Boyce starts 7th. American Andrew Doherty starts 8th. And Slovakia's Uri Hudi, Mr. X-Ray, will round out the field as we get going with race 3. Underway in American Mike Haynes moving out front in this one early on. The pace 16.5 flat. Trying to get to that 17 lap pace. There's Mr. Haynes in the green and the pink, Team Associated's driver. On the left side of the track through the switchback and down that back straightaway. And as we picked him up, he drops to 2nd as Miko Tapanoia takes over in the top spot. And drivers bouncing all over the place here. Very closely matched heat so far. We continue to follow Haynes through the infield short chute around the Omega and over the start-finish line. So it is Tepanoia, Haynes, and Schum, your top three. Early pace 16:502.0 for Tepanoia. That would be good enough for TQ. The question is, will that pace continue to decay as we continue on with 2:15 left on the clock? Locals kind of giving everybody the intelligence that the track slows down as the heat of the day comes up. It's black asphalt under Florida sun, so the surface gets extremely hot, and these rubber tires simply start losing grip when they get to a certain temperature. Tepanoia, Wong, and Haynes, your top three after 10 laps. The pace for Tepanoia, 16:502.2. Wong on a 5:04.2. Haynes on a 5:04.3. All good enough to take down the current TQ time from Sean Schutte. We pick up Mikko Tepanoia in that pink and yellow car on the back straight, making the trip from Finland. He heads back into the infield and has some lap traffic on the near horizon as he continues his qualifying effort. Tepanoia's fast lap so far in 18.6, and looking back through his lap time so far, very good consistency. Maybe not perfect consistency, but it's good. Tepanoia, Wong, and Haynes are how they continue to run with 40 seconds left on the master clock. Mikko working the infield, still has traffic in front of him. He's just kind of creeping up on him. After that first heat, the remaining heats have very good parity between the drivers as far as overall speed, so this will make the results exciting all the way to the very end of each heat. Tepanoia really pulling up on another car here. We'll see if they're kind to each other. Final seconds ticking away on the master clock. He gets past one car down that back straight. Car is hitting, we think, 50 to 55 miles an hour, or about 90 kilometers an hour, maybe 95. Haven't got a radar gun to check, but they are hustling down that straightaway. And drivers finishing up. Drivers finishing up. Tepanoia will reset TQ with a 16:503.3. Haifeng Wong finishes up with a 5:03.8. Haynes a 5:04.0. Pickthall 5:04.6. 1.3 seconds covers the top 5 cars in this heat. So the racing is as close as you would expect at a World Championship event. And we are done with race number 3. We're going to run through round 1 today, and we expect that to take us to about 11:50 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or Eastern Daylight Time here in the U.S. Then we're going to take about a 20-minute break and start the second qualifying round today. And we'll be going well into the afternoon, possibly early evening, with 4 rounds of qualifying today. Bringing up race number 5. My mistake. Race number 4. I thought I had enough caffeine this morning, but that appears to not be the case. It's going to be Mark Burt, Dave Vera, Stephen Weiss, Kenji Hosoda, EJ Evans, Jason Hilcout, Hideo Kitazawa, Fernando Gordino, and Antoni Caretti. scoring for this event being brought to you by new software. Live Time is an effort being started by Brandon Rohde and LiveRC.com crew. He's taken on Corey Kroll to write the software, and look for more details on this system pretty soon. I've got to work with it a little bit here as coverage goes on, and the features on this are pretty amazing, including a touchscreen kiosk that can be available at each track with a printer that you can print out lap times from anyone on site by request. It's pretty amazing stuff. Burt, Vera, Weiss, Hosoda, Evans, Hillcoat, Kitazawa, Gordino, and Caretti lining up to go. We've got drivers from the United States, Germany, Japan, South Africa, and Australia in this one. We are underway with race number 4. American Mark Burt will lead him out, followed by American Dave Vera. Mark Burt getting it wrong coming out of that back straight, but gathers it up and continues on. He's in the yellow car with the the yellow nose, orange tail car. Getting these drivers around for lap number 1, and we'll see where we're at early on. Mark to beat 16.503.3 by Finn Mikko Tepanoja. Weiss will lead him out from Germany on lap number 1 with an 18.3. Australian Caretti runs in the second spot. And Japan's Kenji Hosoda in the third spot. First minute down in this one, the pace early on, it's good. 17.514 for German Stephen Weiss. Caretti chases 0.2 of a second behind Weiss. Burt chases 0.3 of a second behind Caretti. Hosoda in the fourth spot. 0.6 of a second behind Burt. Picking up car number 2, Kenji Hosoda, heading onto the back straight. The white and the orange. Plenty of motor in that ride. Looks like it's turning pretty well. Gets out of the corners predictably. A little loose on the entry to that keyhole, though. That's been a common problem on a lot of these cars. If they look like they're stable at the beginning of the run, and as the tires start to give up, they're extremely loose off throttle on corner entries. And there's an example right there as we get Tokyo drift action going on. Whoa, close call there, but Hosoda gets through without incident. And he has moved up to the second spot, trying to track down Mark Burt now. So Stephen Weiss with a horrible lap on lap number 7, 22.3. He will drop to 6th in this procession. So it's Burt, Vera, and Hosoda, your top 3. The pace still 17.516. That would overhaul Tepanoja for the top spot. If Burt could come up with another lap by some miracle in the last minute and 45, he would be at the very top of the field overall. As, if I recall right, 3 cars ran 18 laps in round 1 of qualifying last night. Here is Mark Burt, current leader, 17.516 the pace. He works through the switchback heading onto the back straight. Drifting out to that paint a little bit. You got to be careful with that, with getting on that paint, because it is slippery. Ronald Folker was telling us about the perils of getting on that paint and being too aggressive with the throttle yesterday. And Bert's car looking loose as well. A little over a minute to go in this one. We follow American Mark Burt through the short chute in the infield. Nice tight line heading into the Omega turn. Through the chicane, around the switchback and down the straightaway. Nice, tight, efficient lines for Mark. He's doing a good job here. The car looks like it may not have raw speed, but it does look like it's predictable enough for Mark to hit his marks and keep it on an efficient line. Burt Weiss moving his way back up to second after having dropped to sixth. South African Jason Hillcoat now in the third spot. Kitazawa runs fourth. Evans in fifth. Hosoda drops to sixth. And we are closing in on the end of race 4. We continue to follow Mark Burt into the infield one more time. Through the short chute. Got good traction off the corner that lap. He sets out on his last lap for this effort. He will get 17 laps to reset TQ. Now the question is, how many seconds will it take him to get to the line? No traffic in front of him on this last lap. He can finish up as fast as he can do this, and he is in with a 17-lap 5:16 to reset TQ. Stephen Weiss 16.501, Jason Hillcoat 16.503, Hideo Kitazawa 16.504. Qualifying round number 2 from the IFMAR ISTC World Championships is being brought to you by Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HBI Racing, Calandra Racing Concepts, Reedy, and Lifetime. HBI Racing excited about their new car called the Pro 5 in the hands of Andrew Moore and JJ Wang. They'll be up later on with their second round qualifying efforts. Calandra Racing Concepts thrilled with the results of the 12th scale earlier this week. Mark Reinhard got them their first world championship ever. And we're going to pay some bills in between races here, so we'll be back right after these messages.
VRC Pro is your RC racing sim for endless training and racing. Super realistic electric on-road racing on tracks like Eppelheim, Collegno, Himstede, Bangkok, Orlando, and more. Learn setup, improve race control, meet 100,000 other racers. This is VRC Pro, and it is free to play. Go to vrcpro.com and sign up today.
Welcome back to the IFMAR World Championships here on liverc.com. Race number 5 getting set to go. This will be Frenchman Loic Jasmin, Dominic Fogel from Austria, Mikhail Orlovsky from Poland, Frenchman Michael Jasmin, Brit Bren Cosgrove, American Ethan Urchinger, German David Ehrbar, and China's Fangzhou Zhang, and American Gonzalo Cortez take to the track. Going to try to take down a 17.516 set by American Mark Burt in the previous heat. There are the cars lined up. And we're getting set to go. Checking the temperature as the day progresses here in Florida. It's now 83 degrees Fahrenheit, roughly 22 degrees Celsius, maybe 23. It's supposed to get up to about 89 degrees today, about what we saw yesterday. And as the track heats up, we expect the times to start decaying. And we are underway. Loic leads him out on our VRC Pro track cam. And we pick up Frenchman Loic Jasmin in the blue and white, heading through the chicane, around the keyhole, through the switchback, and down the back straightaway. His task, beat a 17.516 set by Mark Burt. After lap 1, though, he falls down the order running in 6th. It's going to be Fogel, Orlovsky, and Urchinger, your top 3. Austrian Dominic Fogel in the 3 car, running a 17.507 pace early on. Orlovsky in the 1 car, running a 17.510 pace. Michael Jasmin from France in the 8 car, running a 17.514. And times are starting to bounce around as we come around for our 3rd laps. Race 5 of 10 on the track. We'll run this round of qualifying, take what I'm being told is about a 20-minute break, and then begin round 3 of qualifying. We're going to run 6 rounds of qualifying over 3 calendar days. We ran round 1 yesterday. We're running 2 through 5 today, and then we will run 6 tomorrow morning. Drivers being good to each other here in this heat. Fogel, Loic Jasmin, and Orlovsky, your top 3. The pace for Fogel still 17.507, displaying good consistency. He's currently 11 seconds up on the TQ time. And getting into a time that could be considered solid overall. Only 3 drivers got to the 18-lap level last night. And if you ran a fast 17, that was something to be very proud of. Fogel certainly looking for a little more performance, but he's got a solid run going so far. He's in the 3 car. Leader Dominic Fogel in that white, green, and yellow car working on some lap traffic, and he's got the 2nd place car in front of him. That's Frenchman Loic Jasmin. Down the straightaway for Fogel. Pace starting to decay slightly. Had a little bit of a hiccup on lap number 9 at an 18.6. The pace now 17.508. Still plenty good to take over TQ. Has a little bit of a rough lap last time by at 18.4, so that pace starting to decay a little bit. You can see Loic starting to break away, and yes, Mr. Fogel's car is getting loose off throttle entering corners. Still looks good on throttle on corner exit, getting down the straightaway just fine, thank you very much. It's into the infield past some lap traffic. He has lost the lead, however, to Loic Jasmin in that 4 car. Pace now 17.5, 10.7 for Loic, so still 6 seconds up on TQ. Here is your leader. He's working on some lap traffic as well in the form of David Airbar. Ooh, quick swing to the inside. Airbar goes way left in a hurry. No harm, no foul, though. Loic continues on, trying to set TQ. He is on pace to do this with about 3 laps to go. Now 2 as he crosses for his 15th lap, 18.3 on that pass. Ooh, that car just wanting nothing to do with turning on that sweeper at the end of the straightaway. Jasmin, nice tight line around the Omega and through the switchback. That was impressive. 18.0 on lap number 16. That's a very competitive lap time. He's looking up to finish strong. Final time through the short chute. Last time through the Omega, and he finishes up with a 17.5, 10.5 to set a new mark to beat. Fogel coming around to finish up. He is in with a 17.5.15. It will also overhaul Mark Burt's TQ time. Orlovsky 16.5 flat, Airbar 16.502, and Cosgrove 16.502. France, Austria, and Poland, your top three in that heat. First half of the round is complete. Moving into the second half. This will be race number 6. Getting set to go with race number 6. As we come to you from the VBC Racing Broadcast Center, VBC Racing with a full line of vehicles, including a new sedan. Seeing some familiar faces take to the rostrum here. That's Josh Cyril and Kevin Hebert. Josh Cyril running the Awesomatics machine and honestly trying to get a handle on it for pavement. The car is blisteringly fast on carpet. He said he hasn't had much time to get used to it on pavement. Trying some stuff and hasn't found the magical combination yet, but he has crazy amounts of talent. So we'll see how he does as qualifying goes on. Kevin Hebert in the white Associated Reedy t-shirt. He's used to being much further up the field. Having a tough time coming to grips with the asphalt here and hoping for better things. This will be Felix Law, Shavit Salagupta, Takayuki Kono, Kevin Hebert, Cyril Indie, Matt White, Viyami Kutvanen, Josh Cyril, and Chris Adams. We've got America, Thailand, Japan, Canada, Great Britain, and Finland, and France in this race. Cars lined up, ready to go. Looks like it's going to be either Felix Law in the 7 or Shavit Salagupta in the 2 leading us out. And it looks like American Felix Law will lead us out in that orange and white car. Let's see if I'm right. There goes Felix. I know Charlie knows him personally, so I've heard Charlie, whenever he's called Felix Law, he says, Felix Raw. Now, I don't know him personally, so I can't do that, although I do find it amusing. Oh, it gets on a dot, upsets the car, and then the car just punishes him in return. So he will drop down the order right off the bat in this one. First lap for Felix, a 20.7, clearly not what he was hoping for. So after lap 1, it's going to be Kono, Salagupta, and Adams with low 18-second laps right off the bat. And solid paces being displayed already, 17.508 after 2 laps for Japan's Takayuki Kono. Picking up leader Takayuki Kono in the white, the black, orange, and yellow. Through the infield short chute. Got a reasonable amount of rip in the car. Through the Omega over the stripe, through the chicane. To the switchback and onto the back straightaway. Car looks really composed so far in this heat. He's pulling up on some lap traffic. Almost perfect drift through that right-hand hairpin corner. And he continues on a 17.509 pace, about 1 second ahead of current TQ. So he'll be looking for a little more performance to give himself a buffer and move himself up in the order. 6 laps in, it's going to be Kono, Salagupta, and DA. Abear runs in the 4th spot. Adams in 5th. Law running 6th. White in 7th. Kutvin in 8th, and Cyril participating, but well off the pace. Takayuki Kono, he's got company in the form of Felix Law now. Kono in the black, orange, yellow, and white car. Law right behind him in the orange and white. And Law knocking on the door here. He had a most unfortunate first lap, fell way down the order, and now trying to recover and make something out of this heat. Kono and DA moving up into the 2nd spot from France, and Salagupta dropping to 3rd. The pace now 17.5, 10.3, so just ahead of TQ now. And so far we've seen performance decay over the course of a run. We got a little over a minute and a half to go in this one. So can Kono overhaul Jasmine for that TQ spot? We're going to find out. Kono, India, and Salagupta, Japan, France, and Thailand being represented at the front of this field. Down the back straightaway for Japan's Takayuki Kono. Car still looks really composed. I haven't seen it put a foot wrong yet. Typically these cars start getting loose off power as the heat goes on and the tires warm up. Law still lurking behind our leader, trying to make something out of his qualifying effort. He's pulled his way back up to 6th, but his first lap was not what he was looking for. Kono sets out on lap number 16. His 15th lap was an 18.7. Pace now off of TQ, 17.5, 11.7. And DA right behind him, about a half second back. Abear moves up to the 3rd spot. He's 3/4 of a second behind Ndie. Salagupta drops to 4th. He is less than a 10th behind Abear, so that fight is on for 3rd place. Law gets it wrong on the straightaway, so he will no longer be in Kono's rearview mirror. So Kono can focus purely on what's ahead of him. On his last lap, cross the stripe, and he is in with a 17.5, 11.9, so not good enough to reset TQ. It's going to be Kono and DA and Salagupta just nipping Abear to the line. And the TQ stands from race number 5. Drivers bringing their cars around after their qualifying effort is complete.
Take down 17 and 5-11. Kyle Lucas 17.5, 12.8. Kevin Bear picks that 4 spot. Chris Adams in 6, Josh 0 in 6, Matt White in 7.
That'll do it for race number 6. Race number 7. This is effectively the D qualifier of the World Championships thus far. Coming up next. Our coverage provided to you today by Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HPI Racing, CRC, Reedy, and Lifetime as drivers for race number 7 take to the stand. It's going to be England's Colin Price, Italy's Nicola Moroni, Germany's Marco Kaufmann, France's Alexandre Laurent, Slovakia's Martin Huni, Austria's Thomas Pumpler, Thailand's Charlie Putiotin, Germany's Mark Fischer, and Italy's Francesco Martini. With the exception of Charlie in this heat, it would be a heat you would expect to see at the Euro Touring Series. The mark to beat Loic Jasmin's run holds up by the 17.5, 10.5. Drivers still in the shade in the driver's stand, as you can see. As the afternoon wears on, the sun gets to a spot where that awning over the top of the drivers isn't quite enough to keep the sun out of their eyes. You can see the edge of the shadow for the awning right above the top of the drivers' heads. So right now they're enjoying the shade. Doing a quick temperature check here in Kissimmee, Florida. It's rising quickly. We're now up to 85 degrees. That is in Fahrenheit, because if it was Celsius, that would be really hot. Being in Florida, it's also humid. For someone from the United States Midwest as myself, this is very, very warm. We're going to see how talented Masami Hirosaka is in life with our Tamiya Instant Replay. Watch on your right side of the screen, there's Hirosaka-san catching a bottle, being tossed up to him like a total pro. Looks like the Green Bay Packers could probably use him as a wide receiver. All right, we're getting set to go with race number 7. The fun and games are over. It's time to race. It's going to be Price, Moroni, Kaufmann, Laurent, Hudi, Pumpler, Putiotin, Fischer, and Martini. Cars are starting to line up. Mark to beat a 17.5, 10.5. See the cars sort of lining up on that line that was added a couple days ago. That's the new official start line for the heat that drivers sort of pay attention to. They're having trouble with these drivers parking too close to the loop during the practice days. This gets them far enough away that we'd have no false trips of the line. And it's going to be Britt Colin Price leading us out in the 5 car. There he goes, orange, blue, and white. Down the back straight with plenty of rip in that vehicle. Nice efficient line through that short chute. The car wanting nothing more than to drift right on that kind of that double apex left after the short chute, but he keeps it under control. First lap in, it's going to be Charlie P, followed by Price and Kaufmann, your top 3 early on. first round of 4 that we're going to run today. These are overall qualifying rounds 2 through 5. And we're going to run a 6th round tomorrow morning. And then crown a world champion in international scale touring car tomorrow evening. Broadcast schedule for the entire event is available on the liverc.com front page, with time zones around the world to make it a little bit easier to figure out when we're going to be on in your location. It is Putiotine, Fischer, and Laurent, your top 3. It's Thailand, Germany, and France out in front of this one. Charlie in the 8 car. He's on a 17.508.5. Much quicker than the current TQ. However, his 5th lap is an 18.5, which kind of murders his pace. He's now down to a 17.509. Fischer backs it into the corner in the infield, backs it in through the hairpin before the short shoot as well, so that performance of that car already starting to decay. We're not even halfway into the heat yet. He's taking a more controlled entrance on the following lap. Now we're looking for Charlie P in the 8 car. There's the 4 car of Thomas Pumpler. And I'm thinking that yellow and white car is probably Charlie P. Yes, it is. Thailand's Charlie Putiotine leading the heat. Pace continuing to decay, though. He's on a 17.510.4 now, only a 1/10 of a second up on TQ. Let's see what his car is behaving like. Nice tight lines through the infield. Got some snap through the short shoot. Looks like he's getting into corners well still. It's not snapping sideways on him. He's down the back straight. Plenty of rip in the car. So he's looking good so far in race number 7. Last lap for Charlie in 18.4. The pace 17.510.7. He's now off of TQ. And that's been kind of the story of this event. You can start out really quick. And the top drivers are saying that you can't really go after it early on, otherwise you get the tires hot and they give up. And I think that may be a mistake some of these drivers are making. The car just feels so good at the beginning of the heat they can't help but rip on it, and then they overheat the tires, and then the second half of the drive becomes a wild one. Putiotine, Price, and Martin Hudi moving up into the 3rd spot from Slovakia. And now Laurent takes his turn in the 3rd spot. 17.511.0 for Charlie. Half a second off of TQ. He's going to have to find something special here with 3 laps to go. Have to say his lines look very tight and efficient, so he's got that going for him. Car still looks good entering corners. And drivers heading out on their last laps. And Price, at the end of the heat, showing some muscle. He moves up to the lead by a fraction of a second over Charlie. He finishes up with a 17.511. It's now on Charlie to come up with something special to regain the lead, and he will not do so. Misses out by a half a second on the lead of the heat. Hudi finishes up 3rd, Kaufman 4th, Laurent 5th, Fischer in 6th, Pumpler 7th, Martini 8th. Maroney off the track after 11 laps, so the TQ stands again for Loic Jasmine. Perhaps that run is better than we thought. LiveRC.com's coverage of the IFMAR World Championships continues here with the support of Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HPI Racing, Calandra Racing Concepts, Reedy, and Lifetime. I'm coming to you from the VBC Racing Broadcast Center. Tamiya provides the instant replays, and VRC Pro provides the track cam. My name is Marshall Scari. I will be with you all day long as we continue qualifying. This is the first round of 4 that we're going to run today. And race 8, the C qualifier, is coming up next. We will be right back after these messages.
Hey guys, if you're looking for Team Associated products, V5, V5M, touring cars, GC6.2, Superior Hobbies is the place to go.
Check out Superior Hobbies or see us here at Tamiya Parts.
This is Derek from Butterfirm. If you need a Butterfirm body, hit up Superior Hobbies.
From the World Championship winning team at HB comes the latest in a long line of groundbreaking, state-of-the-art racing chassis. We proudly present to you the Pro 5 Competition 110 scale 4-wheel drive touring car. Using its vast knowledge of competition chassis design, the HB R&D team set out to create the next level touring car platform. The HB Pro 5 provides the driver with the ultimate level of stability and flow.
We are back with race number 8 getting on the grid. It's going to be Nicholas Lee, J.J. Wang, Rick Howard, Scotty Gray, Frederick Sudoff, Juho Levonen, Chris Granger, Simon Nicholson, and Ralph Birch.
Once again, it's going to go 4 on the 7, following 1, 8, 5, 7, 3, 2, 9, 6.
The mark to beat still a 17.5, 10.5 by Loic Jasmine from 3 heats ago. So he's withstood the challenge of 20 other drivers. Can he withstand the challenge of 30 other drivers? Or in this case, 27, because my math sucks. Nicholas Lee leads him out in the Tamiya. Letting these guys get a couple of laps in, and we'll see where we're at.
I went to every single person that I actually recognized, and then stopped by everyone else that was looking at me. Yep. For the neon ones, you just cut off like.
I'll just get the footage of the kiosk working.
And with 115 down, 345 left to go, we got Juho Levonen out on top.
Got him on there.
Early on, it is Lee, Levonen, and Nicholson. Your top 3. The pace early on is good, 17.505.9. Levonen chases at a 17.506.4, and Levonen taking over the top spot with an 18.0 on lap 4. And Scotty Gray off the track after 1 lap. So it's a shootout up front between Nicholas Lee and Juho Levonen. 1/10 of a second separates them. This is after 6 laps, so we got 2 minutes in, 3 to go. And this is your C qualifier. Lee and Levonen continue to lead. Rick Howard moving up into the 3rd spot in the 8 car. Sudoff runs in the 4th spot. Granger in 5th. Wang in the 6th spot. And we pick up second place car, Yuho Lebanon, trying to chase down an invigorated Nicholas Lee, who just ran a 17.7, backed up with a 17.9. Lebanon in the blue and the white. Running the Associated chassis, chasing down the Tamiya chassis of Nicholas Lee. Lee setting his fastest lap later on in the heat here, which is different than we have been seeing. His pace is 17.506.0, average lap 18 flat. So these guys are getting right on down the road. And a relatively poor lap for Lebanon will drop him to the 4th spot. So it's Lee, Sudoff, and Howard, your top 3. Lebanon down the back straight through the sweeper into the infield. Making the trip from Finland, accomplished driver out of Europe, running the Associated chassis, trying to come up with an answer for Nicholas Lee. He runs in the 4th spot. Sudoff chases in the 7 car. Howard in the 8 car runs in the 3rd spot. So Singapore's Nicholas Lee out in front, looking to reset the TQ time. His pace continuing to be a 17.506.9 with less than a minute to go. We pick him up in the yellow and the white. That Tamiya down the back straight. Lee making the trip from Singapore. Lee, Sudoff, and Howard are how they continue to run with 20 seconds left on the master clock. Pace now starting to decay for Nicholas Lee. It's a 17.507. Still over 3 seconds up on current TQ. He is down the back straight with some traffic up the road. Car just wiggling on him a little bit. And snapping kind of violently as he crosses the line. He knew it was the last lap, so I think he grabbed the throttle to make a hero corner. He finishes up and will reset TQ with a 17.507.2. Frederick Sudoff, 17.508.6. Rick Howard, 17.508.9, the 3rd spot. J.J. Wang right behind him in a 17.508.9 in that HPI Pro 5 machine. And that will do it for race number 8. Drivers on the stand bringing their machines back to pit lane. Their effort is done. So the question remains, how good is Nicholas Lee's time? We're going to find out as we bring up race number 9. This will be the B qualifier for the event thus far. Now we're going to see some superstars take to the track. Looks like Birch and Gray unable to complete their qualifying effort. Temperature continuing to climb in Kissimmee, another degree. We're at 86 degrees now. On our way to the forecast maximum of 89 degrees Fahrenheit for the day. Race 9 taking to the track. It's Mean V, Atsushihara, Hayato, Matsuzaki, Paul Lemieux, Andy Moore, Andrew Hardman, Elliot Harper, Yannick Prumper, and Ollie Jeffries. We've got Thailand, Japan, the United States, Great Britain, Canada, and Germany represented in this heat. Andy Moore running the new HB HPI Pro 5 chassis. Looking to get that car into the show. Former world champion. Former world champion at Tsuchihara on the stand as well. Multi-time U.S. national champion Paul Lemieux. And drivers are getting set to go in this one. 17.507.2 now the mark to beat by Singapore's Nicholas Lee. These guys getting a little manual help lining up on the grid. We're going to complete this round and take about a 20-minute break and then start up with round number 3 of qualifying, the second one of the day. And here we go. Mean leads them out. 200mm Nitro Sedan World Champion Mean V from Thailand leads out with a field full of stars chasing him. Lap number 1, it's going to be Mean V, Lemieux in the second spot. Hara runs third. Harper in the fourth spot. Prumper fifth. Moore sixth. Hardman seventh. Matsuzaki eighth. And Jeffries rounding out the field. The slow lap is an 18.3 for Jeffries. So the talent level continues to rise as we go through these heats. Early pace is very strong. 17.503.0 for Mean Veyrock. We pick up at Tsuchihara in the Yokomo, the familiar black, pink, and white paint. Working his way around the circuit. Used to be an HB-HPI driver for years. Won 2 world championships for them in different classes. One of only a handful of guys, I think it may only be 2, that have won world championships in electric and nitro classes. And we pick up Hayato Matsuzaki, also a former world champion in two-wheel drive off-road. Won that title back in Japan in 2007, and he circulates in the 7th spot. Lemieux now starting to take control of this race. He moves out front, followed by Hara and Moore. His pace, 17.503.9. There is Lemieux pulling up on Matsuzaki as they head up into the infield. Lemieux suddenly arriving on the scene. He was kind of nowhere in practice, said he wasn't driving very well, but the car was okay. And has kind of cataloged what lines he needs on these corners, and suddenly he's in the mix. He was on a top 10 time yesterday in the first round of qualifying, and with about a minute to go, got into Ollie Jeffries and derailed his run. So it looks like now he is competitive. We'll see if he can get that X-ray into the show and start breaking up this Tamiya and Yokomo lockdown they've got at the front of this field. Looks like we have picked up Andy Moore in the HPI Pro 5, former world champion from Great Britain. Lemieux, Hara, and Prumper moving up into the 3rd spot now from Germany. The pace beginning to decay, 17.505.3, still 2 seconds up on TQ. Lemieux's last lap in 18.0. Had a little bit of a rough lap the previous go-round at an 18.6. Now let's see if Lemieux can make good on that promise of performance he showed yesterday. And now Hara arrives on the scene. He takes over the lead. So the third different leader of the heat, it's Hara, Lemieux, and Matsuzaki. Back to Atsushi Hara, running in the second spot in the Yokomo. He is trading blows with Lemieux at the front of this field. Hara joining the Yokomo team for 2014. Part of that juggernaut that has got a stranglehold on qualifying at the front of the field so far. Final seconds ticking away at this one. It is Hara and Lemieux locked in battle. 0.2 of a second separate them. Matsuzaki 1/10 of a second behind Hara. Prumper a half second behind Matsuzaki. So it is Lemieux, Hara, and Matsuzaki duking it out at the end of this one. Hara finishes up, Matsuzaki finishes up, Lemieux finishes up. And Lemieux will win the heat and reset TQ, 17.506.1. Hara, a 0.04 of a second back. Matsuzaki, 0.04 of a second behind Hara. So if you want close racing, you have come to the right place. Excellent run between these guys, and Lemieux emerges with a time that he hopes will be in the top 9. And if it were the top time overall, he would be okay with that. I'm quite sure of that. We're going to run one more heat and then take a roughly 20-minute break according to IFMAR. 17 laps, 5:06.1, the new mark to beat from American Paul Lemieux. Top 7 separated by 1.5 seconds. So, in other words, don't screw up. It will cost you dearly. Final heat of the round, race 10 of 10. It's going to be Naoto Matsukura, Ronald Folker, Mark Reinhardt, Akio Sabue, Yilis Grosskamp, Christopher Kropp, Victor Wilk, Alexander Hagberg, and Bruno Coelho. Japan, Germany, Holland, Sweden, and Portugal represented in this heat. 2.8 seconds across the top 10 right now. Reinhardt and Folker talking it up on the stand. My guess is in German. Getting ready to go to try to take down Lemieux's TQ time of 17.506.1. So as you can see, we have Tamiya, Yokomo, Kyosho, and X-Ray shirts on the stand. Yokomo and Tamiya with the top 9 spots in qualifying in round 1 yesterday, but we're looking for that to get shaken up. And we are getting set to go. Naoto Matsukura leads them out. Looking for redemption after a relatively disappointing 12th scale event earlier this week. VRC Pro Track Cam showing him taking to the track, and the yellow and white familiar paint scheme of Matsukura down the back straight in the Yokomo. Through the infield short shoot around the Omega, and 2 laps in for Naoto. 17.3 for Matsukura, 17.4 for Folker. Early pace 18.5.13. It's Matsukura, Folker, Wilk, and Hagberg after 2 laps. Matsukura 17.6, a relatively slow lap. On lap number 4, the pace now 18.5.14. He's got Folker 0.2 of a second behind him. Reinhard chases 0.6 of a second behind Folker. Wilk 0.1 of a second behind Reinhard. Hagberg 0.04 of a second behind Wilk. And rough lap for Matsukura on lap number 5. He will drop to 3rd as Folker takes over the lead. Reinhard runs 2nd, Matsukura 3rd, Wilk in 4th. Grosskamp runs in the 5th spot. We pick up Tamiya's Victor Wilk in the yellow, the blue and the white, heading through the infield through the short chute. Through the Omega and across the stripe. His last lap, a 17.9. And now Folker, the only driver on an 18-lap pace. Reinhard drops to a 17 flat, Matsukura 17.501, Wilk 17.501, Grosskamp 17.502. Picking up Alexander Hagberg. Through the infield in the green and the white X-ray. Through the short chute around the Omega. Little wide on the chicane, but still better than I could ever do myself. He's down the back straight. Picking up Bruno Coelho from Portugal. He heads through the infield and down the short chute as he chases Hagberg on the track. Folker, Matsukura hoisting himself back up to the 2nd spot. Reinhard runs 3rd. Coelho up to the 4th spot now. Grosskamp holding station in 5th. And we pick up your leader, Ronald Folker from Germany in the Yokomo. Said he wanted to improve his driving just a little bit after practice and qualifying. He's through the infield, the car looking excellent like you would expect. Through the short chute, around the Omega and across the stripe. His last lap, a 17.8. The pace now 17.5 flat. No drivers on an 18. Now the question becomes how much performance decay are we going to see as we pick up Tamiya's Mark Reinhard. 12th scale world champion, won the title earlier this week. Consistently top 3 in the timing sheets in practice this week in Sedan. Folker, Matsukura, and Reinhard. Matsukura and Reinhard still throwing blows. They're a 1/10 of a second apart. Coelho hangs out in the 4th spot. Hagberg 5th. Grosskamp falls to 6th. Kropp in the 7th spot. Sobue 8th. And Wilk in the 9th spot. Top 6 drivers on times to improve on Lemieux's TQ. And we're back to Ronald Folker down the back straight. Has Matsukura in front of him. Not in contact yet, but that may change shortly. It only takes one bounce as we approach the end of qualifying in round 1. Folker sets out on his last lap. 17.5 flat, 0.4 his pace. He's down the straightaway through the sweeper into the infield. Through the double apex left. Around the right-hand keyhole down the short straight. Through the Omega turn and will finish his heat and set the TQ. 17.5 flat. Matsukura in the 2nd spot. Reinhard looks like he may have fallen off to the 4th spot. Let's see what Coelho does on his last lap. Coelho's in to just miss passing Reinhardt. So Reinhardt finishes up in third, Coelho fourth, Grosskamp finishes fifth, Hagberg sixth, Sobue seventh, Kropp eighth, and Wilk ninth. The first 6 cars beat Paul Lemieux's time, and that will do it for round number 2 of qualifying here at the IFMAR World Championships. The driver's walking over to the scoring computer on the driver's stand, trying to see what happened. Hagberg takes a look and walks away. So round 2 is complete. LiveRC.com's coverage of the IFMAR World Championships brought to you by Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HB, HPI Racing, CRC, Reedy, and Live Time. We're going to take about a 15 to 20 minute break here. IFMAR's original posted schedule said that we'll get going again in 10 minutes. We will update you if that changes. So don't go away. We will be back soon with round 3 qualifying. And in the meantime, we are heading down to the pits with Aaron Waldron to do some J Concepts pit reports. We'll have those for you shortly.
Hey guys, if you're looking for Team Associated products, V5, V5M, touring cars, DC 6.2, Superior Hobbies is the place to go.
Check out Superior Elvis for CLC and Tommy Pass.
This is Derek from Proto-Firm. If you need a Proto-Firm body, hit up Superior Hobby.
From the World Championship winning team at HB comes the latest in a long line of groundbreaking, state-of-the-art racing chassis. We proudly present to you the Pro 5 Competition 110 scale four-wheel drive touring car. Using its vast knowledge of competition chassis design, the HB R&D team set out to create the next level touring car platform. The HB Pro 5 provides the driver with the ultimate level of stability and flow.
VRC Pro is your RC racing sim for endless training and racing. Super realistic electric on-road racing on tracks like Epelheim, Colegno, Himstede, Bangkok, Orlando, and more. Learn setup, improve race control, meet 100,000 other racers. This is VRC Pro, and it is free to play. Go to vrcpro.com and sign up today.
All right, so race 1. Guys, we are sticking. Race number 1. Race 1, you guys be in tech in 5 minutes. We're sticking with the timetable, guys. We got behind because we were waiting for racers. So we are sticking with our timetable. So if you guys leave the timetable, if you have any questions, go to your team manager. Do not come up here to the booth. Go to the team manager. Alright, so, team manager meeting in 10 minutes. Team manager meeting in 10 minutes.
Current European champion Ronald Volker was second in round number 1 last night, and started things off here on Friday with a win in the second round.
Yeah, the second qualifier went better by the result, but I didn't felt 100% comfortable with the car. After Naoto spun out a couple of times, I think because of body tugs, just tried to make the a safe run. As I saw, I had enough gap to him and Reinhardt. But the car itself didn't felt as good, so we tried to improve the setup and trying to win another run.
You mentioned yesterday that you thought the hotter conditions and the looser traction played into your favor, and it was already hot for the first round this morning.
Yeah, I think it will get a little bit hotter later on again. Yeah.
Is there a problem keeping the electronics and everything cool when it's this warm and you're driving this hard on a track this big?
I think electronics are no issues. Should be for nobody an issue. It's more about the tire treatment or the tires over the run, and also like the balance needs to be good from the car, and those are the main keys.
With the handout tire sauce, how much is tire prep a factor, and especially when it's this hot? Do you have to drive differently at the beginning of the race in order to save the tires for the end?
I mean, as it is for everybody the same. You can easily overheat the tire already in the first or two laps, first or second laps during the run, and of course you don't want to mess up your whole run, so you try not to overpace. But as well, the drop down after like 3 or 4 minutes isn't as high as, for example, I expected. It should be okay, like for most people, not to overpace, and I just try to make it really fast through the last minute. And my goal is now just to get a little bit better feeling for the car and to do another TQ run.
When you have a 2 and a 0 in the first 2 rounds, of course a 3 of 6 count, can you now start attacking a little bit harder?
Yeah, for sure. A second and a first is a really good result for the opening 2 runs. So I got that in the book. So there's room for more attack on the outer side as well as on my side, as we split up 1 and 2, which is good for us. And so that will be maybe through Q4 or Q5 a point where I try to attack a little bit harder. So possible like small crashes we could happen, like tapping a board or spin out. So for sure we try. I try hard to get the TQ spot.
Well, it'll certainly get exciting here as the day goes on. Ronald Volker, current European champion, looking for his first world title. He's off to a great start. The first round top qualifier, Naoto Matsukura, had a great run here in the second round. Finished a little bit behind teammate Ronald Volker.
Yes, but I'm little mistake and 1 second lost. Nothing, I think take you, but next I try, no mistake. Yeah.
Was the track really slippery with it being so hot so early?
Yes, this morning in practice, it's good, but I mean too much hot and low traction, so I don't like.
When it's hot, do you have to drive differently?
Yes, difficult in the easy loose and understeer. Yeah.
Do the tires overheat really quickly?
Yes, I think second lap overheat. Yes.
So once the tires overheat, do you have to drive easier and try to cool them down?
Not cool down, but push, super push. Yep.
Is there anything you can change on the car to fix that?
Little change and a more easy drive and more quick. Yeah.
Now that you have a first and a second, can you try a little bit harder in the third round?
Yes, hard, but more safe drive. Yeah.
Well, you're off to a great start. Good luck.
Thank you.
Naoto Matsukura, so far holding true to his promise to Mark Reiner to try to win the touring car title, and off to a great start after 2 rounds. Third qualifier here for 2 rounds in a row now, Mark Reiner, 3-time world champion. Do you like the number 3?
Yeah, I think the 1 for this race will be better, but yeah, so far I'm pretty happy. I mean, a third is not so bad. I mean, to fight against Yokomo guys, I knew it's going to be hard, so we're getting closer and some rough laps, and just like 1.2 behind Ronald, and just a couple of tenths behind Naoto. He also crashed, but yeah, we're coming, but going to be a hard challenge.
How difficult is it to drive at the limit when the track is this hot?
Yeah, it's really difficult. Like at one point, my kind of straight just went in a kind of a power slide around, so I lost there some. So you have to be really careful on the throttle, just to keep it on line, go tight lines, don't overshoot, and don't push too much, and try still to go fast. So it's kind of difficult, but I mean, we came here many times, so all of us, we should know how to drive and make the best of it.
How much is tire management a factor? You got to not push hard enough at the beginning so that you have tires left for the end.
Yeah, basically you have to try to, because the car is fast in the beginning, so you should just don't push too much to overheat it early. So just try to get it as good as possible to the end of the run. And because you can make good time to other people if you just drive a little bit smooth in the beginning. But if you lose too much in the beginning, you cannot make it back in the end. So it's hard to tell.
Is there a particular part of the track you think you have an advantage over the Yokomo guys, and do you think there's a particular part of the track they have the advantage?
I don't know. I didn't see the cars going around, so I'm not sure. But I see now my car, I'm a little bit struggling onto the straight. Like I didn't kind of find my right line, but yeah, we have to find in every corner a little bit just to get the same pace as them.
Well, I know you got to go. Turn Marshall, thanks so much for the interview. Mark Reiner, a 3-time world champion, finishing 3rd for 2 rounds in a row.
Drivers lining up for the second qualifying round of the day, the third overall. Round 3 qualifying. Race 1, Daniel Sieber, Dave Duncan, Chris Hillier, Lee Passell, Michael Wise, Ken Miller, Mike Haswell, Grant Remington, Uri Kolenchik, and Roman Kuhar. Aaron Waldron getting some interviews in after round 2 was done. Got a chance to talk to Ronald Folker, Naoto Matsukura, and Mark Reinhard. And round 3 begins. And Waldron still down there getting more interviews, which we'll broadcast as round 3 begins. Same program as earlier this morning. We're going to find out who goes fastest in this heat and then see how well that time stands up as the round goes on. In the last round, Germany's Daniel Sieber led end-to-end, setting the TQ early on, and he's on his way to doing it again right now. First 2 laps, 18.6 and 18.9. Sieber in the gray and the orange as we go to the J-Concepts Pit Report mobile cam on track level. Picking up car 1, that's Ken Miller from the United States. View. This is a really cool shot. He's on the left side of the track heading to the switchback and down that straightaway. And back into the infield. Oh, getting it wrong through the double apex left. And the infield gathers it up and continues down the short chute. Around the Omega and across the line. That drops him from 6th to 7th in the order. It is Sieber, Passell, and Hillier, your top 3. Sieber's early pace 16.507. As we head back up to our driver stand cam, there is our leader, Germany's Daniel Sieber, in the gray and the orange. Little car already loose going into that left-hand corner. And loose again on another left-hand corner. He's got a long way to go. He's only 7 laps into this thing. He's about halfway in. He proved the class of the heat in the previous round, and he's doing it again. Germany, United States, Great Britain, and Slovakia represented in this race. All cars still running after 3 minutes. It is Sieber, Passell, and Duncan in the 3rd spot.
A top American driver here, the second round of qualifying, Paul Lemieux. You said you didn't even check where you qualified so far.
I think it was okay, maybe 7th, 8th, 9th, top 10 somewhere, but not in the top half.
You had a pretty solid run going yesterday and ran into a little bit of traffic problems.
Yeah, yesterday the first round was really good. My car was performing really well, and I think I was on pace to have a 4th or 5th for the round, which would have been a really nice start, but I had a little trouble with a car that was broken on the track, and I didn't miss it, so that took me back to maybe 12th. So I have one just outside the top 10 and now one just inside the top 10, so it's going okay.
Now that you've got one good run, does your strategy change a little bit for the rest of the qualifying?
Not really, because, I mean, you constantly got to be improving and reading the track and figuring out, what you need to do better. But, I'm going to keep trying to attack as much as I can and try and stay in the groove.
How much of a problem was the heat this morning? It got hotter sooner than we've seen really since we got here.
I'm not really sure. Today my car picked up a bit of a push. Yesterday it had definitely more natural steering, which it being a little pushier today, I feel like I'm 2 to 3 seconds over 5 minutes slower compared to my competition. So I'm trying to figure that out. But I don't know if it's because of the heat or the fact that the track is treated differently, I think, today than it was yesterday. But we'll see if I can figure it out.
We've seen the Yokomo and Tamiya teams have been very fast since we got here. You've kind of been leading not only the North American charge, but also you've been the top X-ray driver.
I don't know if I'd say that for sure. I mean, we got a couple other guys. That Bruno from Portugal, I think, and I think he got fourth for that round. So he was quite a bit quicker than me this round, and also Hagberg is in the mix too. But yeah, it's the Tamiya and the Yokomo teams. They're just very consistent. I think they know their vehicles really well and what to do in different situations and things like that. So that, I think, gives them a little bit of an advantage. But I think we're in the hunt.
X-ray was shut out of the main 2 years ago. Did the whole team kind of come here with a chip on their shoulder?
Not really, but I think for sure we'll get one car, if not two, maybe three in.
Well, good luck. We hope you're one of them.
Thank you.
It's Paul Lemieux, top American driver here in the second round, and he's so cool that he actually has a rap song written about him.
Thanks, Aaron. That's one of our continuing J Concepts pit reports. Gets a chance to talk to Paulie Lemieux. So he's getting his program together, he's heading in the right direction, and we are through race one. It was Sieber, Pacell, and Duncan finishing up that one. Sieber finishes with the TQ time to beat of 16:507.4, with Pacell and Duncan both on 15-lap runs, 0.3 of a second apart at the end of that one. So Sieber, clearly the class of this heat. But now we'll move into heats that are much more competitive as we bring up race number 2 with a driver with a GoPro on his head. Cool. So I'll have to see if we can find his video on YouTube later today. This will be Sean Schutte, Wojciech Rozwadowski, Jeff Hastings, Antonio Caroli, Chris O'Donohue, Damian Giddens, Fred Kellner, Michael Hanelick, and Anna Viskel. Also, Jake Danilchik. South Africa, Poland, Great Britain, and Germany represented in this race. Getting set to go with race number 2. Marked to beat 16:507 by Germany's Daniel Sieber. Cars lining up in this one. So round 3 underway, and we'll do the same program we did in the previous round. Go through our qualifying, take about another 20-minute break, and then start qualifying round number 4, the third one of the day. We're doing 4 qualifying rounds today, so these will be rounds 2 through 5 overall. Do one more qualifying round tomorrow morning, and then start the World Championship Finals in the afternoon. Underway in race number 2. Letting these drivers get through for a couple of laps, and we'll see who's doing what. I believe we've picked up the red, yellow, and white car of South Africa's Sean Schutte. However, it's going to be Wojciech from Poland out in front on a 16.5 flat. Schutte 16.502. Hanelik from America 16.506. All three drivers above the current TQ time. Gap starting to close up between Rozwadowski and Schutte. It's 1/10 of a second between them. 4 laps in. Schutte, your leader, working in lap traffic at the Omega turn. Ooh, car stepping out on him as he tried to exit the Omega. I think he was still on the paint when he got on the throttle and the car protested. So we got our J Concepts pit report interviews. Earlier during the break, got a chance to talk to Ronald Folker. And how would you like to have this problem? You TQ around at the ISTC World Championships, but you're still not really happy because your car really wasn't that good. That'd be a problem I'd like to have, but that'd be nice. Schutte continues around. 16.504 the pace now for car number 3, Wojciech Rozwadowski. Might be Rozwadowski. I'm rusty on my Polish. Schutte continues to chase. He's 0.7 of a second back in the second spot. O'Donoghue moves up to the third spot now from Great Britain. But he is 4.5 seconds off of Schutte, so this is a 2-car show out in front between the 3 and the 1. There is Wojciech in the white car. He's pulling up on some lap traffic here as they pull up onto the straightaway. Wow, nice line through that switchback for Wojciech. And that is actually Schutte in front of him. So the leader on the clock is the white car. The red, yellow, and white car is second on the clock, and they have left the rest of the field behind. They are gone, and they're going to duke this out between themselves. And now Schutte coming up on some lap traffic. Oh, Wojciech sends it in on the hairpin. Hangs it up on the board just a touch as they've got a lap car between them now. 1 minute to go in race 2. And Wojciech's car starting to get loose off throttle. This is a common malady for these cars. As Schutte pulls off to the side from the second spot, his run is done. He's sitting in the center of the track. Heartbreak for Schutte. He was doing well. Yeah, Schutte's car fails after 13 laps, so it's all Wojciech to continue on. Pace is 16.505.7. That is good enough to take over TQ. He heads out on what will be his last lap. He's through the switchback, down the straightaway, kind of a wide exit onto the straightaway. Back to the infield, nice and tight through the double apex right. He's around the hairpin through the short chute, through the Omega, and finishes up with a 16.505.4 to reset TQ by 2 seconds over Daniel Zieber. Schutte has been scored done with 15 laps, so he had perhaps a temporary failure. Hastings, the American, is in with a 16-lap 5.13. Giddens is in from Great Britain with a 16.5.16. That's your top 3, so Wojciech will get his name stamped as the TQ for at least a little while in round 3 here at the World Championships. 16.505 the mark to beat.
Official we have Wojciech Higgins, 16.505.
Race 2 is in the books. Race 3 coming on up. Race 3 coming up on the driver's stand. I see Uri Hoodie. I see Mike Haynes. This one's going to be Miko Tepanoya, Hai Feng Wong, Mike Haynes, Dennis Pickthall, Jackie Schum, Trin, Tanang Sakshakul, Stephen Boyce, Andrew Doherty, and Uri Hoodie, Mr. X-Ray. Perhaps he's feeling some joy now that his cars are starting to move up in the overall qualifying order. LiveRC.com's continuing coverage of the IFMAR World Championships is brought to you by Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HB, HPI Racing, Calandra Racing Concepts, Reedy, and Live Time. We're right in the thick of the action now. This is round number 3 of qualifying, the second round we're running for the day. We're going to run 4 qualifying rounds today, run 1 more round tomorrow morning, and then run the finals through tomorrow afternoon and find ourselves a new world champion. Mark to beat so far, 16.505 by Wojciech Rajwadowski from Poland. Finland, China, the United States, Brazil, Hong Kong, Thailand, and Slovakia represented in this heat. And cars are rolling out. Finland's Miko Tepanoja will lead them out. There is Tepanoja in the pink and yellow. Heading down the back straight into the sweeper. Ooh, car protesting already on brakes on the entry to that corner. Two laps in, it is Tepanoja, Schum, and Wong, your top 3. Early pace 16.505.1, just good enough to overtake TQ if he were to keep it up. And then he improves his time a little bit to a 16.504.3, getting a 18.9 on lap number 3. Through the short chute for Tepanoja. Around the Omega over the stripe. And down the back straight for Miko. Tepanoja, Schum, and Haynes moving up to the 3rd spot from the United States on lap number 4. Wong runs 4th. Tanang Sakchakul runs 5th. Hoodie in the 6th spot. Boyce runs 7th. Pickthall 8th. And Doherty runs 9th. We continue to follow Miko Tepanoja through the short chute. Ooh, Tepanoja really having to stamp on the binders to get through that sweeper. I think he caught himself farther outside than he was planning on, kind of scared himself, so he had to check up. Song remains the same in this one. Tepanoia out front. Schum, Haynes, Wong, your top four. The pace holding steady now at 16:504.4, which is good enough to take over TQ. Schum is running a time better than current TQ as well. Picking up Jackie Schum from Hong Kong. Through the sweeper back into the infield. Schum continues to chase. Tepanoia leads. Haynes in the third spot. Wong in the fourth spot. Tepanoia's pace starting to decay like we've seen so many times before. 16:505.1. Still good enough for TQ, but now it's only by a fraction of a second. Schum still a half second back. Haynes 4/10 of a second behind Schum. Wong 8/10 of a second behind Haynes. So it's still a close race in this one. We check back in with Mikko Tepanoia through the switch back down the straightaway. Ooh, nice drift out of Tepanoia around that right-hand corner. That could have ended so much worse. But the rotation rate was exactly what he needed. So he rips that corner and continues on his way with 20 seconds to go on the master clock. He has improved his pace again a little bit, 16:504.7. Starting to draw away from Schum. Almost a second gap between the two now. Haynes still 8/10 of a second behind Schum. Leader down the straightaway with traffic in front of him now as he's trying to finish up, and my mistake, he is actually done. 16:504.9 will take over TQ by half a second over Rozvadovsky. Schum will also pip Rozvadovsky for a qualifying spot. Haynes falls half a second short of Schum. Wong in the fourth spot. Tanang Sakshakul finishes in the fifth spot. That will do it for race number 3. I need to step away for just a moment here, so we're going to pay a bill, and I will be back momentarily with race number 4 from the IFMAR World Championships.
On the clock for race number 4. Right from that last race, stop your cars off in post tech and head on out to the Dr. Mark Bowl. go your warm-up for race number 4. Just a check from Kenji, and there we go. Everybody checked in. Solid check from everyone. All right, everybody getting lined up? Your leading order is going to be 3, 6, 5, 2, 1, 9, 4, 7, and 8. Marshals are in position. Drivers are ready.
Race 4 hits the track. It is Mark Burt, Dave Vera, Stephen Weiss, Kenji Hosoda, Jason Hillcoat, EJ Evans, Hideo Kitazawa, Fernando Gordino, and Antoni Caretti. Mark to beat 16, 504.9 by Miko Teppo Noya. I sound like an NHL announcer. We pick up Mark Burt in the orange and yellow. Qualifying continues here at the 2014 IFMAR ISTC World Championships. The track is full throttle. It's in Kissimmee, Florida. It's 87 degrees Fahrenheit outside, and it's humid. Drivers struggling with keeping consistent grip with these tires as they get hot on this very dark asphalt, just soaking up the sun beating down on it. It is not a surface you'd want to walk on barefooted. Burt, Weiss, and Hillcoat, your top 3. American out front, a German in the 2nd spot, a South African in the 3rd spot. Mark Burt continues on around this track as early pace 17, 5:16.6. Several seconds faster than the current TQ. Having a little trouble keeping the car tight down on the efficient line, but it looks like the chassis balance is okay. Hosoda moves up to the 3rd spot on lap number 6. He's from Japan. Running 0.8 of a second behind Weiss. Weiss runs 0.7 of a second behind Burt. So it is close at the head of this field. Well, Burt continues on down the back straight through the sweeper in the orange and yellow. Pace now 17.518 marks the only one left on a 17-lap pace. Do the switchback down the back straight. This is race 4 of 10. Qualifying round number 3 of the event, our second qualifying round of the day today. We're going to do 2 more rounds after this one. And Burt getting a handle on the car, getting into a rhythm, and the lines are looking a lot more efficient. Running well. The pace continues to slip, though. 16.5 flat .3 now. And Weiss from Germany still nipping on his heels. He's 0.9 back. Hosoda 0.9 off of Weiss. There is Germany's Steve Weiss in the blue, the white, and the green. To the infield short chute around the Omega. Oh, just gets inside on the corner exit. Does a sweet pop-a wheelie. And then continues on his way. That cost him some time, though. 19.0 on that last lap. So he now runs 1.5 seconds behind Burt. Here comes a Tamiya instant replay of Stephen Weiss getting it wrong at the Omega turn. Turns in, really nice line, but then not sure if the car hooked or if he simply didn't release the steering wheel. thumps the board but continues on his way. Bert Weiss in Hosoda with 45 seconds left on the master. The pace 17.518, so Bert has reclaimed the 17 lap pace. We'll see if he can finish up that way. He's right on the edge right now. Bert Weiss and Hosoda. Final few seconds running down on the master clock. There is Steve Weiss. There is Mark Burt on the back straightaway through the sweeper into the infield. Stretching this lap, trying to go for one more. Just heard the master clock expire, and Burt goes out for another one. So he will use the clock as a pick and be the first one in this round to post a 17 lap effort. Through the Omega and across the line one more time to reset TQ, 17.518.4. Stephen Weiss, 16.503. Kenji Hosoda, also 16.503. Australia's Antoni Caretti, 16.505. We'll be right back after this message.
VRC Pro is your RC racing sim for endless training and racing. Super realistic electric on-road racing on tracks like Epelheim, Colegno, Himstede, Bangkok, Orlando, and more. Learn setup, improve race control, meet 100,000 other racers. This is VRC Pro, and it is free to play. Go to vrcpro.com and sign up today.
We are back with race number 5 here at the World Championships, qualifying round number 3. It's Loic Jasmin, Dominic Fogel, Mikhail Orlovsky, Michael Jasmin, David Ehrbar, Ben Cosgrove, Gonzalo Cortez, Fangzhu Zhang, and Ethan Erchinger, and no one else. This is a 9-driver heat. Drivers warming up for this one. Loic Jasmin put down a solid run in the previous round that held up for 3 heats. So he moved his way well up the overall field order after his previous round's effort. France, Austria, Poland, Germany, Great Britain, and the United States and China represented in this heat about to take the track. Quick shout out to Shell and Cheryl back at the home base in Minnesota. How's it going? It's hot here in Florida. You wouldn't like it here. We are underway with race number 5. Frenchman Loic Jasmin leads him out. He's down the back straightaway in the blue and the white. Through the Omega and across the stripe the first time for Loic Jasmin, 18.2 on lap number 1. Letting the rest of these drivers come through for lap 1 and see where we're at. It's going to be young Mikhail Orlovsky from Poland leading out on lap 1, followed by Cosgrove and Loic Jasmin. And we just kind of move our way through the field here and take a look at how everybody's doing. Here is Michael Orlovsky, early leader. He's fallen to the 4th position as he heads down the back straightaway through the sweeper and into the infield. Making the trip from Poland, and he's a young'un. I think he's 11 or 12 years old, possibly 13. So he's getting his first experience at the World Championships. Here is Frenchman Michael Jasmin heading into the infield. He runs in the 5th spot right now. Moving back to Britt, Ben Cosgrove. He's down the back straight through the sweeper and into the infield. Running in the 5th spot right now. Picking up American Gonzalo Cortez in the 6 car. He's running in the 7th spot, heading into the infield. Looks like that car might be handling in a suboptimal manner. He's through the Omega and across the stripe. And picking up Ethan Urchinger from America into the infield, the silver, orange, and white machine. To the Omega and across the stripe. Car looks pretty good, actually. Maybe a little bit of understeer going through the switchback, but efficient line through the double apex right into the infield and down the short chute and across the line. Picking up leader Loic Jasmin. Put in a very good run in round number 2 this morning. Moved himself up at least 18 spots overall in the order. And looking to do the same here. He's still on a 17.512 pace to go 6 seconds faster than current TQ. Jasmin, Fogel, and Orlovsky is how they run. Fogel 0.6 of a second behind your leader. Orlovsky 2.5 seconds behind Fogel. So it's a battle of 2 drivers. Picking up Chinese driver Fangzhou Zhang, heading back into the infield. He's down the order, unfortunately, running in 8th right now. 16.508 is his pace. We lost German David Ehrbar earlier. He was out after lap 3. Here is Austrian Dominic Fogel trying to track down Frenchman Loic Jasmin. That green and white car. Working in traffic in the infield and gets past Mr. Zhang. And continues on his way with 30 seconds to go on the master clock. So Loic Jasmin starting to stamp his authority on this one. There he is in the blue and the white. Is now 2.7 seconds clear of Fogel. And over 5 seconds clear of the current TQ. So it suggests to me that Loic had trouble in timed practice getting 3 quick laps strung together. Wow, barely missing a spun out car in the sweeper. No incident there, and he continues on his last lap looking to finish up strong. And he does. 17.512.9 to reset TQ by over 5 seconds. Jasmin, Fogel, and Orlovsky, your final finishing order for the heat. Fogel continued to fade at the end of that one. He finishes up 3.2 seconds behind Jasmin, and Orlovsky 2 seconds behind Fogel. So that's the first half of the round done. 5 races down. Race 6 will be coming up next. And we will be right back after this message.
cars, DC 6.2, Superior Hobbies is the place to go.
Check out Superior Hobbies for CLC and Tommy parts. This is Derek for Protofirm. If you need a Protofirm body, hit up Superior Hobbies.
Welcome back to LiveRC.com's continuing coverage of the IFMAR World Championships. Race number 6 taking to the grid. Starting to see some familiar names in the second half of the round here. We've got Felix Law, Shavit Salagupta, Takayuki Kono, Cyril Ndie, Kevin Hebert, Matt White, Viyami Kutvanen, Josh Cyril, and Chris Adams. The United States, Thailand, Japan, France, Canada, Great Britain, and Finland represented in this heat. Keeping an eye on the weather here in Kissimmee, the temps continue to rise. We're looking at 87 degrees now. The humidity makes it feel like 96 outside. It's a warm one. When you talk to the locals, they say, wow, we sure got lucky with this weather. It's nice out.
I don't want to talk about it. I'm going to make me mad.
Waldron having a blast going out to do the J-Concepts pit reports in this weather. Just loves it. He's from San Diego, so he's used to that heat and humidity, I'm sure. Cars are lined up, sun glistening off of the bodies. So the mark to beat by Loic Jasmine, 17.512. We'll see if his time withstands the attack of 2 or 3 qualifying heats. VRC Pro Track Cam showing the cars rolling out for race number 6. We pick up American Felix Law in the orange and white. Through the short chute around the Omega to click in his first lap of an 18.0. After lap 1, it's going to be Hebert, Law, and Ndie. Hebert with a 17.9 to open up his qualifying effort. Perhaps he has found something extra in his associated vehicle to move himself up in the qualifying order. We pick up Thai driver Shavit Salagupta running in the 4th spot. And then, as I say, Hebert may have found something. His 3rd lap is an 18.4, so it drops him to 4th. Frenchman Cyril Ndie now out in front in the 4 car, being chased by Salagupta and Law. After 4 laps, it's Ndie, Salagupta, Law, and Hebert, your top 4. Race 6 on the track. This would be roughly the E qualifier for those of you used to racing in the United States. 6 laps in, it is Ndie, Salagupta, Hebert, and Kono moving up to the 4th spot. Current pace 17.5, 10.8, so 2 seconds better than Jasmine. The question is, will the pace decay as the race goes on? We're a little over halfway into this thing. So we're going to find out as we continue on here at the IFMAR World Championships from Kissimmee, Florida. There is Kevin Hebert in the green and orange and white, flashing through your screen and off camera. Cyril Ndiaye from France in the 4-car continues to lead. He's got company, though, now. Takayuki Kono in the 5 from Japan is now 0.07 of a second behind him. The pace 17.511. Final minute in this one. It is Ndiaye, Kono, and Salagupta. Hebert 22.7 on lap number 11. He tumbles down the order to 8th. Follows it up with a 20.1, so his run has come flying apart. Picking up your leader, Cyril Ndiaye. I believe he's in the white and the green. He's got a bunch of traffic in front of him. They're bouncing off barriers, so the last couple laps for him here are going to be even more exciting than they would be, considering he's in a World Championship qualifier right now. Cars dicing in front of him. That's one of them's Felix Law. Closing in on the end of this one, 17.5, 12.6 is the pace. Just faster than current TQ. So he's got to finish up strong, and he's got to trust that the guys in front of him are not going to crash and interfere with his drive. Let's see what happens as he comes around, crosses the stripe to go up for his last lap. Down the back straight he goes, chasing TQ, and computer got behind a little bit, so he is actually done, and he gets the job done. 17.5, 12.8. 17.5, 13.5. Just missing the TQ after all. Kono, 0.07 of a second behind him. Chris Adams from the U.S. pops up into the top 3 with a 17.5, 17.5 performance. And American Felix Law finishes 4th. We're going to pay a bill, and we'll be back in just a moment.
From the World Championship winning team at HB comes the latest in a long line of groundbreaking, state-of-the-art racing chassis. We proudly present to you the Pro 5 Competition 110 scale four-wheel drive touring car. Using its vast knowledge of competition chassis design, the HB R&D team set out to create the next level touring car platform. The HB Pro 5 provides the driver with the ultimate level of stability and flow.
We return to qualifying here at the 2014 IFMAR ISTC World Championships from Full Throttle Raceway in Kissimmee, Florida. This is the D qualifier. It's Colin Price, Nicola Moroni, Marco Kaufman, Alexandra Laurent, Martin Hudi, Charlie Putti-Yotin, Thomas Pumpler, Mark Fisher, and Francesco Martini. Great Britain, Italy, Germany, France, Slovakia, Thailand, Austria, and Germany represented in this race. Taking a look at our VRC Pro track cam down at the left side of the track. So like Jasmine's time withstands one heat. It's got one driver on the stand who is a giant among men. He's a full head higher than everybody else. Looks like Martin Hootie, just to his right, is going to get a nice close look at his radio transmitter when they're on the left side of the track. And Colin Price leads him out. Underway in this one. Let these guys get a couple of laps in and see who is doing what. Out of the box, it is Martini, Price, and Maroney, top three after lap one. Wow. Violent spin out coming out of that left-hand carousel. You can see how hard these cars accelerate down that back straight. We think they're getting up to 50 to 55 miles an hour. I haven't got a radar gun out here. That would be about 90 to 95 kilometers an hour. Got a Tamiya instant replay of that spin out. Looks like car 4. So that's Thomas Pumpler. And around she goes twice. And that's actually car 2, Marco Kaufmann from Germany. So his qualifier going nowhere close to what he was hoping for. Price, Martini, and Maroney are top three as the Brit moves back out in front. The pace early on, 17.511.6. Good enough for TQ, but we'll see what that decay does as the race goes on. Coming up on the halfway mark here in race number 7, our D qualifier for the event so far. It is Price, Maroney, and Mark Fisher moving up to the third spot from Germany. The pace starting to decay, 17.512.9. That's right on what TQ is at this moment. Now set by Frenchman Loic Jasmin. Price, lap 9, 19.3. Not what he really wanted to see all that much. Pace now 17.514, not on TQ pace. Picking him up in the middle of the screen. It's the orange, blue, and white. Through the Omega turn and over the stripe. Down the back straight. Looked like he had to kind of struggle a little bit to get through that switchback to get onto the straightaway. But the car overall looking pretty good. It's back on the program with an 18.4 on lap number 11. Through the short chute and around the Omega. Loic Jasmin's time looking safe at this moment. The pace for Colin Price, 12:17. Can't even talk. 17:514.2 is the pace. A little over a second off of the TQ. Price working back into the infield. He's got some lap traffic in front of him, including that car that was spinning out earlier on the Tamiya instant replay. So he could have some extra excitement here coming up shortly. And now Price's car is starting to loosen up. 18.4 last time by, gets past the tumbling car. So he's got clear track in front of him now to try to finish up strong. 17.514 won the pace. Heading out for his last lap. He's going to have to stand on it. It seems unlikely that he will take TQ, so he's going to just try to finish up as powerfully as he can. He's down the short chute, through the Omega, across the stripe. And that will do it for his qualifying run, 17 laps. We'll take a look at the Tamiya instant replay of cars tumbling. This is for the benefit of our U.S. audience who likes the crashes. The car clips the pipe, clips the dot, and goes a-tumbling. Airbags deploying in that car. Crash structures doing their job. Driver walked away. And everything's good. So 17.514.4 for Price. Fisher 17.514. Charlie P. moving up into the third spot at a 17.515. We'll bring up race number 8 right after this message. We are back with our VRC Pro Track Cam, taking a look at race number 8 lining up. It's Nicholas Lee, JJ Wang, Rick Howard, Scotty Gray, Frederick Sudoff, Juho Levonen, Chris Granger, Simon Nicholson, and Ralph Birch. Singapore, States, Germany, Finland, Great Britain, and Australia represented in this race. So, like the previous round, Loic Jasmin's time is holding up to challengers. 17.512.9 is the mark to beat. Singapore's Nicholas Lee will lead him out. He's in car number 4. Just getting these guys lined up ever so precisely. And he's off. Singapore's Nicholas Lee in the Tamiya chassis. Down the back straight. Through the Omega the first time for Nicholas Lee. Problems for Rick Howard. It looked like he had trouble on the outlap. I just saw his car peeling off into the pits, so Howard's run is already done. Lap 1, it's going to be Wang, Lee, and Birch. J.J. Wang driving the new HB Pro 5 chassis, along with teammate Andrew Moore. Lee in the Tamiya, Ralph Birch in the X-Ray. He's a former Nitro Sedan World Champion. Making the trip from Texas to be here this week. And Levanon making his presence felt. He's here from Finland. In the 3 car, there he is, the blue and the white, down the back straight. Four laps in, it is Lee, Levanon, and Scotty Gray in the 3rd spot now. Early pace 17.507, significantly faster than the current TQ, and that may hold up even as the run times decay. We continue to follow Levanon through the Omega and over the stripe, through the switchback. And we switch back to, I believe that's Scotty Gray. It's Lee, Gray, Levanon, Sudoff, and Granger, your top 5 after 6 laps. The pace continues to be strong. Out in front, 17.508 for Nicholas Lee. They're trying to gun down a 17.512.9 time. Nicholas Lee crosses his 9th lap at an 18.1. The pace now 17.508.4. And Scotty Gray moving up to the 2nd spot now, getting past Levanon and Sudoff. But then, as I say that, Sudoff on lap number 10 gets himself up to the 2nd spot. He's 1.1 seconds off of Lee. Levanon 1/10 of a second off of Sudoff, and Gray 2/10 of a second off of Levanon. We pick up leader Nicholas Lee from Singapore through the sweeper and into the infield. Through the infield for Nicholas Lee. Got some traffic showing up in front of him. He's through the short chute and around the Omega. Got some traffic in front of him though. Pace still good, 17.509. That's 3 seconds up on the current TQ. Sudoff and Levanon continue to chase. Sudoff 9/10 off of the leader. Levanon a second behind second place. And Gray 9/10 behind Levanon in that 4th spot. And Lee having to deal with that lapped car. And there we go. There's the pass. Can be super distracting having to switch your rhythm to deal with another car on the track in qualifying. Lee sets out on his last lap and finishes up 17:509.4. So Jasmine's TQ time finally falls. Looking to see what Sudoff, Lebanon, and Gray do. Sudoff's in, Lebanon's in, Gray is in. And Sudoff not enough, 17:511. Lebanon 17:511. Gray 17:513. That will do it for race number 8, the C qualifier. So the pace continues to quicken, 17:509.4, now the mark to beat. And we're going to take a break and be right back after this message.
VRC Pro is your RC racing sim for endless training and racing. Super realistic electric on-road racing on tracks like Eppelheim, Colegno, Himstede, Bangkok, Orlando, and more. Learn setup, improve race control, meet 100,000 other racers. This is VRC Pro, and it is free to play. Go to vrcpro.com and sign up today.
From the VRC Pro commercial to the VRC Pro track cam, we take a look at proceedings leading up to race number 9, our B qualifier for the round. It's going to be Min Veyrock, Atsushi Hara, Hayato Matsuzaki, Paul Lemieux, Andy Moore, Yannick Prumper, Elliot Harper, Andrew Hardman, and Ollie Jeffries. 4 drivers in this race have won world titles in one form or another. Min Veyrock in 200mm Nitro sedan, Atsushi Hara in electric sedan and 1/8 scale off-road, Hayato Matsuzaki in 2-wheel drive 1/10 scale electric, and Andy Moore in electric sedan. One of the storylines we're following closely is the progress of American Paul Lemieux in the X-Ray. Didn't hear much from him in practice. Suddenly kind of got his program together in qualifying yesterday. Ran a nice run in the first qualifying round this morning. We'll see if he can keep his momentum moving forward to get to the A main. Going to finish off this round, this race plus one more, take another 20-minute break, and then dive into round number 4 qualifying. And Min Veyrock leads them out, making the trip from Thailand. Down the back straight in the blue, the pink, and the white. There is the black, pink, and white of Atsushi Hara. Veyrock's teammate from the Yokomo camp. Hayato Matsuzaki, another Yokomo driver in the blue and the pink. After 2 laps, it is Lemieux out in front on a 17:502. Matsuzaki runs second, Hara runs third, Min runs fourth, Hardman in the 5th spot, and Lemieux still showing excellent form. We pick him up on the track. Oh, he drifts it into the hairpin, then through the switchback, and down the back straight in that X-Ray T4 2015 chassis. He's through the Omega and across the stripe. Very rough lap for Lemieux. 20.2 drops him way down. We're going to a Tamiya instant replay. There is Lemieux backing it in MotoGP style, but over rotates. Quick reflexes and excellent vision allow him to gather it up without spinning all the way out. And he gets back to business. So he falls in that one lap down to the back of the order, and it's going to be Hayato Matsuzaki taking over the point, followed by Mean V and Atsushi Hara. B qualifier on the track, and they are well above TQ pace right now. The mark to beat 17.509. Current pace of Matsuzaki 17.504.8. Veyrock runs in the second spot, 1 second off of Matsuzaki. Hara, half a second off of Veyrock. Andy Moore, 1/10 of a second off of Hara. We pick up England's Ollie Jeffrey, actually at the back of the line of this group right now, but still going fast. 17.515 is his pace. Making the switch to X-Ray after driving for Associated for many years, and we dip back to Mean V down the back straight. Running in the second spot on the clock. Matsuzaki continues ripping around the track at a 17.505 pace. A little over 3 seconds up on current TQ. There is Atsushi Hara and Matsuzaki together on that back straight through the sweeper. Hara gets inside just a hair on the left-hander, or the right-hander, taps the wall, allows Matsuzaki to get even closer. And they are down the back straight. Yokomo's up. Yokomo's for both. And now Mean tumbling down the order. It's going to be Matsuzaki, Hara, and Prumper taking over the third spot. Yannick Prumper from Germany looking to improve his standings in the field. Hara and Matsuzaki battling for real estate on the track. Hara will not give up easily. They're down the back straight through the sweeper. Both Japanese drivers, both running Yokomo chassis. Hara so close to these unforgiving boards. And they arrive at the rear wing of Mean V. And this should be their last lap. We will watch the computer as they work through the infield and across the stripe. I believe they're setting out for their last lap. Mean, Hara, and Matsuzaki all together. Matsuzaki ducks inside Hara with 3 corners to go, and they will finish up. And that will do it, and Matsuzaki will reset the TQ. 17.506.7. Hara, 17.508.3. Yannick Prumper finishes third, 17.509.2. And Mean V, 17.510.0. Top 3 drivers faster than TQ. Final race of the round coming up next. After that, we'll take about a 20-minute break and then start the next round of qualifying. No, it was VRC Pro.
Race 10, 2 minutes on the clock. Race 10, 2 minutes on the clock.
All right, we will be back after this brief message.
Hey guys, if you're looking for Team Associated products, V5, flat-bed, touring cars, DC 6.2s, Superior Hobbies is the place to go.
Check out Superior Hobbies for CLC and Tommy Parts.
This is Derek from Butterfirm. If you need a Butterfirm body, hit up Superior Hobbies.
We return to the final qual. Can we get a third name at the top of the list in this third round? We're going to find out in just a few minutes. (17.506.7), the mark to beat. The weather in Kissimmee almost to the high of the day, 88 degrees Fahrenheit now. Sun directly overhead, so the track is taking in as much heat as it will see all day, making these cars tricky to drive. Cars on the grid, marshals look to be in place, and we are going to find out who will TQ round 3 in more than 5 but less than 6 minutes. Matsukura sets out. Down the back straight in the Yokomo, through the sweeper and into the infield. You can see the dark stripe around the track. That is where the facility put down sugar water and soda. Just the syrup of soda to get the grip up. There's been some debate around how the traction has been applied. They decided to do no changes last night. Just left the track alone, and they did some untimed practice on it this morning. Cars look pretty good coming off the track, and we're seeing times comparable to what we saw yesterday. Underway, first lap in, it is Matsukura, Wilk, and Folker. Reinhardt in the 4th spot. Hagberg runs 5th. As we are settling into the heat, there is Ronald Folker from Germany. Round 2 TQ. He sure wouldn't mind getting another one. Drivers coming around for lap number 3. And it's going to be Matsukura, Folker, and Hagberg. Hagberg part of the resurging X-ray contingent in the 3rd spot. Wilk in the 4th spot in the Tamiya. Picking up Victor Wilk in the yellow, the blue, and the white. From Sweden, he's down the back straight through the sweeper and into the infield. Drifting that car slightly around that double apex right. Through the short chute, and he now has Akio Subue on his tail. Also in a Tamiya chassis. They're down the back straight. It is Matsukura, Folker, and Reinhardt. Subue getting it wrong and getting past. Six laps in, it's Matsukura, Folker, and Christopher Kropp moving up to the 3rd spot now in the Kyosho. Hagberg runs 4th, Wilk in 5th, Grosskamp 6th. And Reinhardt tumbles down the order after running an 18.3. So we have Wilk and Kropp together on the track. Kropp getting it wrong in the right-hander, spins out, and Wilk continues on unaffected. And Kropp right back on his gearbox. So Christopher Kropp in the Kyosho has a missile right now. Running 3rd on the clock. It's my mistake. I think that was Bruno Coelho that's currently duking it out with. 1.5 minutes to go. It is Volker, Matsukura, and Kropp, your top three. The pace 17.501 for Germany's Ronald Volker. So it looks like the track has slowed down in the heat of the day. Checking in on this battle between Victor Wilk, and I think that's either Bruno Coelho or Christopher Kropp. Let's take a look as they cross the line here. Having a little trouble picking up the other car. There is Christopher Kropp in the white and orange Kyosho, so I think it's Bruno Coelho. Yeah, so I think it's Bruno Coelho who's been duking it out with Victor Wilk on the track for most of this heat. Meanwhile, Matsukura moves out front by the smallest of margins, 0.02 of a second over Volker. We're running into the end of this heat. Volker and Matsukura trying to duke out who's going to get TQ in this one. Volker, Matsukura, and Kropp with Reinhard in the mix as well. Looks like Kropp had a rough lap. Has fallen down to the 4th spot. There is Volker trying to put his stamp on round number 3. Matsukura finishes up, Volker finishes up. Matsukura TQ's round number 3 with a 17.502.1, finishing 1/10 of a second back as Ronald Volker. Reinhard finishes 3rd, Wilk in 4th, Hagberg 5th. Kropp tumbles all the way down to 6th after running 3rd. Grosskamp finishes 7th, Coelho 8th, and Sabue 9th. In a heat that looked like a lot of trading of punches between Victor Wilk and Bruno Coelho. I have to wonder if there's words being exchanged on the driver's stand. That's the end of round number 3. We're going to take about a 20-minute break. We'll be back with round number 4 to begin the afternoon here in Florida.
From the World Championship winning team at HB comes the latest in a long line of groundbreaking, state-of-the-art racing chassis. We proudly present to you the Pro 5 Competition 110 scale four-wheel drive touring car. Using its vast knowledge of competition chassis design, the HB R&D team set out to create the next level touring car platform. The HB Pro 5 provides the driver with the ultimate level of stability and flow.
All right, guys, listen up. Time now is 1:43. 1:43 and 42 seconds if you want to get technical, which I know a lot of you do. So 1:43 and 49 seconds now. So that's close enough to 1:45 for me. So we're going to go with race number 1 at 2:05. I'm going to give you guys the whole 20 minutes. You guys can go enjoy the food truck and the snow cone truck. Because that snow cone truck is just plain awesome. So 2:05, race number 1. Once again, 2:05, race 1. That means at 1:55, race 1 needs to be in tech. 1:55, race 1 needs to be in tech. We'll go ahead and get the 12 points printed out, verified, and posted for y'all, along with the round type top times in just a few moments. We'll get them posted, let you know when they're posted. The team manager meeting will be in exactly 10 minutes and 15 seconds. 10 minutes and 10 seconds now at the tech out table. listen up. Team manager meeting. Team manager meeting is in 5 minutes and 23 seconds. Team manager meeting, 5 minutes and 18 seconds. Team manager meeting. Once again, all team managers, 5 minutes and 10 seconds. Also, race 1, you guys give me a check in 5 minutes. Race 1, check, 5 minutes. Also, if any of you guys need any tech, now is the time to do it. There ain't nobody in tech in 5 minutes. You guys will be last priority. All right, everybody, there's a team manager meeting at checkout right now. Team manager meeting at checkout. Marshall's formation number 10. Marshall's formation number 10, you have 3 minutes. You got to the track to Marshall for race number 1. Marshall's formation 10, 3 minutes until the start of race, or Marshall for race number 1.
Welcome back to Live RC's continuing coverage of the IFMAR ISTC World Championships from Full Throttle Raceway in Kissimmee, Florida. We're getting ready to go with the 4th round of qualifying overall. It's our 3rd qualifying round today. It's going to be Daniel Zieber, Dave Duncan, Lee Passel, Chris Hillier, Michael Wise, Ken Miller, Mike Haswell, Grant Remington, Juraj Kolenchik, and Roman Kuhar. Cars are lined up. Corner marshals are out there just waiting for the timing computer to get set to go. Dave Duncan in this one, you see him spinning left and right in front of the starting loop. Finally ditched the all-green body. He's got his normal paint scheme in place now. So hopefully he feels confident enough to be able to drive around and not destroy a body in one run. All right, the IFMAR scoring computer is up and ready to go, so we will get going here momentarily. German Daniel Zieber will lead him out. American Dave Duncan will start second. So they're going to check him in one more time. American Lee Passel starts third. Chris Hillier from America starts fourth. Michael Wise from America starts fifth. Ken Miller from America starts sixth. Mike Haswell starts seventh. American Grant Remington starts eighth. Slovakian Juraj Kolenchik starts 9th, and Slovakian Roman Kuhar starts 10th. So we are getting set to go with round number 4. Cameraman Burb Jernstern will take care of tracking these cars around the track early on.
3, 4, 2, 5.
And we are underway as Zieber down the back straight through the sweeper into the infield as we begin round 4 of qualifying. .7 degrees here in Kissimmee, Florida. The forecast was for 89 degrees, so I'd say they got that pretty much right. And we followed German Daniel Zieber in the gray and orange. Two laps in, it's Zieber, Passel, and Wise. Your top 3 early pace, 16:5:18 for Daniel. He showed he was the class of this heat in the first 3 rounds so far, and so it came to pass again. And he is showing significantly more pace than anybody else in the heat. LiveRC.com's coverage of the 2014 IFMAR ISTC World Championships is brought to you by Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HB HPI Racing, CRC, Reedy, and Livetime. My name is Marshall Scari. I'm coming to you from the VBC Racing Broadcast Center. We've got instant replays brought to you by Tamiya, and VRC Pro has our track cam down on the left side of the track. We follow the progress of off-road driver Dave Duncan in that gray, green, yellow, pink, and white car, working in some traffic right now. Those are his normal colors that Live RC is used to seeing him run in off-road events. This is the first time that paint scheme has hit at the track on his sedan. So I think he's starting to get a handle on this thing. He said he's having a good time, although it's very, very different than what he's used to racing on. Seven laps in, it's Zieber, Passell, and Duncan, your top 3. Early pace 16.5.12 as Zieber continues to improve as the qualifier goes on. Fast lap for him right now in 19.1. Picking up car number 5 on the track, that's American Michael Wise. Working his way around in the 3rd spot. Current pace for him, a 15.5.12. Sadly, not fast enough to make the A-main at this event. Oh, car getting really loose right in front of our leader Daniel Zieber. Daniel's able to avoid him and continue on his way. The German running what looked to be pretty efficient lines. The car looks like it's working pretty well. As he pulls up on a Live RC friend of the program, Dave Duncan. Duncan swings slightly wide, and Daniel says Dunca and continues on his way. And Duncan, so flustered by the speed of Zieber, spins out on corner exit. Poor guy, didn't even know it hit him. Zieber right down on the paint in that Omega turn right in front of the driver's stand. Doing a very nice job. Got a Tamiya instant replay of Dave Duncan's failing. Watch the gray and green car as they go through the chicane. Yeah, he just lost it on throttle coming out of the chicane. Closing in on the end of this one, Zieber. He's got 14 laps in. He's projected to run a 16.5.10, so he's been able to improve his pace as the run goes on, which is unusual. Typically we see it fall away. Swings around to start what will be his last lap. In lap traffic, close call there. Gets by without incident though. Through the sweeper and into the infield. Oh, car now suddenly starting to rear its head and try to snap back at him. And he finishes up without incident. 16.5.10 will be the mark to beat. Waiting for the arrival of the rest of the field here. And it's going to be Lee Passell finishing 2nd, Michael Wise finishing 3rd. Miller finishes up in the 4th spot, and Haswell finishes 5th. 16.5.10.8, the mark to beat. Race 1 of 10. This is our 3rd qualifying round for the day and the 4th qualifying round overall. Going to run this round plus 1 more today, and then run 1 more round tomorrow morning, and then begin the final main events. So race 1 is in the books for round number 4.
Game 2 is 16-5-10. Patel, 15-5-08. Nikolai, 16-5-12. 10 Miller in 4th. Admiral in 5th. Uri in 6th. Roman in 7th. Selby in 8th.
We'll be right back after this message.
VRC Pro is your RC racing sim for endless training and racing. Super realistic electric on-road racing on tracks like Epelheim, Colegno, Himstede, Bangkok, Orlando, and more. Learn setup, improve race control, meet 100,000 other racers. This is VRC Pro, and it is free to play. Go to vrcpro.com and sign up today.
We are back with the VRC Pro Track Cam. Watching the drivers for race 2 getting set to go. This is going to be Wojciech Rozwadowski, Sean Schutte, Jeff Hastings, Antonio Caroli, Chris O'Donoghue, Damian Giddens, Michael Hanelick, Fred Kellner, Anna Viskel, and Jake Danilchik. Poland, South Africa, the United States, Great Britain, and Germany represented in this race.
Still looking for steps in car 4 and car 6. One to start. Still looking for a step in car 4 and car 6. There's 4, there's 6. They were stepped in 45 seconds. Right over to the follow to car 3 on the phone. Then 1, 2, 4, 5, 9, 6, 8, 7.
All right, cars are getting lined up here. The mark to beat a 16.5, 10.8 by Daniel Zieber.
All right, Robert. Lesson 5, car 3 on the phone. Turn marshals with it.
We are set to go with race number 2. Rozwadowski will lead him out in the all-white car. Schutte, Hastings, Caroli, O'Donoghue, Giddens, Hanelick, Kellner, Viskel, and Danilchik will be contesting race 2 in round number 4. Their target is 16.5, 10.8. After lap 1, it's going to be Schutte with the lead, followed by Hanelick and Rozwadowski. Two laps in, now Hanelick moves out front, followed by O'Donoghue and Schutte. Rozwadowski having a terrible start to the race, 21.9 on his second lap. So he tumbles down the order, running 8th right now. Good news for Hanelick, though. He leads the heat from America. O'Donoghue, the Brit, chases in the second spot, half a second back. And Hastings, half a second behind O'Donoghue. Hanelick, Schutte, and O'Donoghue is how they run. Schutte moving back up to the second spot. He's here from South Africa. The pace 16.512.5. Not enough to take down Sieber. We'll see if Hanelick can improve his time as we continue here halfway home. There is Sean Schutte in the red, black, and yellow machine down the back straight. Working in lap traffic. And changing light conditions for these guys. Look like there's just some mild cloud cover right now. They started out in bright sunlight. Raj Wadowski started out front, dropped all the way down to 9th, and he's back to 2nd. He's strung together some pretty solid laps here at the towards the end of his run. He's now less than a second behind Schutte. So we'll see if Wadowski can regain the lead of the heat. So we're watching Schutte, our leader. Raj Wadowski is that white car just exiting the frame. There is Wojciech with the car starting to turn into a drift car. So is Schutte's. A little under a minute left to go in this one. 16.512 still the pace for Schutte. About 1.3 seconds off the current TQ. Oh, Schutte getting way wide on that straightaway, getting out into the danger zone. Almost tapping that wall, but manages to stay off of it even though he was on that slippery paint. And he continues. However, he's now given up the lead to Raj Wadowski. Wojciech, 16.511.5. 0.7 of a second off current TQ. So Wojciech trying to make something out of a bad situation early on. Wojciech out on his last lap. And he finishes up 16.510.876. He misses TQ by 100th of a second. I think it was closer to 8 thousandths. No, it was 12 thousandths of a second is what he missed TQ by. So Wojciech, if it hadn't have been for that one rough lap on like lap 2 or 3, he would have had TQ. But a patient, persistent drive from Wojciech to win the heat. Schutte finishes 2nd. Chris O'Donohue finishes 3rd. That'll do it for race 2 here. Race 3 coming up next right after this message.
Hey guys, if you're looking for Team Associated products, V5, V5M, touring cars, DC 6.2s, Superior Hobbies is the place to go.
Check out Superior Hobbies for CLC and tell me your parts.
This is Derek from Protoform. If you need a Protoform body, hit up Superior Hobbies.
We are back with the VRC Pro Track Cam, watching the proceedings as we get ready to go with race number 3 and round number 4. You can see some clouds floating by in the Florida sky. Bringing up race number 3, this is Miko Tepanoya, Haifeng Wang, Mike Haynes, Dennis Pickthall, Jackie Schum, Trin Tanang Sakchakul, Uri Hoodie, Stephen Boyce, and Andrew Doherty. Got Finland, China, the United States, Brazil, Hong Kong, Thailand, and Slovakia represented in this heat. All right, cars are getting lined up on the grid, getting set to go with race 3. The mark to beat still a 16.5, 10.8 by Daniel Zieber from race 1. Cars are lined up, and Mikko Tepanoja is going to lead us out. And there he goes. Looking to take down a 16.5, 10.8. Ultimate goal being about an 18.5, 11. Down the back straight for the Finn, Tepanoja. First lap, not bad, 18.9. Second lap, another 18.9. Early pace, 16.503. Significantly faster than the current TQ. Haynes slots into the second spot. Haifeng Wang in the third spot, and Jackie Schum in the fourth spot. And rough lap for Tepanoja. That drops into fourth as Mike Haynes takes over on point. 16.505.8. Haynes, Wong, and Schum your top three after a minute and a half. There we pick up our leader Mike Haynes in the green and pink associated. Race 3 on the track. It's Haynes, Schum, and Wong. Haynes' pace starting to decay a little bit. 16.507.6, still 3 seconds up on TQ. He's through the sweeper, got a little wide there. In the infield down the short chute. Through the switchback down the back straight from Mike Haynes. From America. Driving the Associated chassis. He's working on the lap traffic here at the Omega turn. And Tepanoja recovering from his earlier mistake. He moves up to the third spot. So Haynes leads. Schum 0.3 of a second back. Tepanoja 1 second behind Schum. And Wong 0.04 behind Tepanoja. So the fight's on for third right now between Haifeng Wang and Mikko Tepanoja. There is Tepanoja working on some lap traffic. Minute and a half to go in this one. Haynes continues to lead the pace, holding at 16.507. That would be good enough to improve TQ. A little tap of the board on his way out of the carousel through the Omega. Having trouble getting that car down tight on that right-hander before the switch back to the straightaway. And looks like he could maybe use a little more horsepower too. And he swings wide for the car that was following him. And now Schum out in front in car 2. He's on a 16.507 with Haynes right behind him. 400ths back on the clock. Tepanoia runs third. Wong in fourth. It's a fight between Schum and Haynes now. Haynes with a car in his midst that's not helping his cause. I'm not sure if that's Jackie Schum or not. It seems unlikely given the gap between the two on the clock, which is measured in tenths of a second. Final seconds ticking away here. We continue to follow Mike Haynes working on some lap traffic, trying to win the heat and set TQ. We're having a check up through the Omega there and check up again through the hairpin and down the straightaway. He's getting motored down that straightaway, but then he makes it up in the infield. Final laps ticking in here. Haynes finishes up. Schum finishes up. Tepanoia is done. Wong is done. So Jackie Schum will reset TQ. 16.508.2. 0.3 of a second back is Mike Haynes. Tepanoia another 0.9 back. And Wong 0.6 behind Tepanoia. So that will do it for race number 3 here in the third round of qualifying for the day. We're going to run this round plus one more. Then run one more round of qualifying tomorrow morning and then start our march towards a new world champion in international scale touring car. We will be right back after this message.
From the World Championship winning team at HB comes the latest in a long line of groundbreaking, state-of-the-art racing chassis. We proudly present to you the Pro 5 Competition 110 scale four-wheel drive touring car. Using its vast knowledge of competition chassis design, the HB R&D team set out to create the next level touring car platform. The HB Pro 5 provides the driver with the ultimate level of stability and flow.
And we're back with the VRC Pro Track Cam, taking a look at proceedings on the track as we bring up race number 4. It's going to be Mark Burt, Dave Vera, Stephen Weiss, Kenji Hosoda, Jason Hillcoat, EJ Evans, Hideo Kitazawa, Anthony Coretti, and Fernando Gordino. I met Fernando back in 2003 when the Roar Nationals were in my home city of Minneapolis. Fun guy. He enjoys life. Really fun to be around. These guys are going to try to take down a 16.508.2 by Jackie Schum from the previous heat. Ideally, they would be running 18.511 or so to be at the very front of this World Championship field. So we'll see what happens. I spy Joe Zer Jr. in the chat room. What's up, Joe? Who won last night in two-wheel drive stock, please? I'm curious. Track announcer giving the drivers instructions on the starting order. That means we're almost set to go with race number 4. Mark Burt, Dave Vera, Stephen Weiss, Kenji Hosoda, Jason Hillcoat, EJ Evans, Hideo Kitazawa, Anthony Coretti, and Fernando Gordino. Here we go. Mark Burt. He was the fastest driver in this heat from the previous round. The orange and yellow. From America. Burt looking sharp early on in this one. Starts out with an 18.6, backs it up with an 18.7. Meanwhile, Stephen Weiss in the 5 car takes over the lead by a 1/10 of a second over Burt. Vera runs in the 3rd spot. Check that, Anthony Coretti runs in the 3rd spot, 2/10 behind Burt. Picking up, I believe, Anthony Coretti. And the slap happiness has started in the VBC Racing Broadcast Center. We've got the strains of Aha wafting through the background. I think the heat is starting to bake the brains of our poor Midwestern bodies, not used to this kind of heat all year. Locals are saying, oh, the weather's great. We caught a break on this because it's kind of cool. And I say, they're crazy. It is Burt, Weiss, and Coretti battling at the front of this one. Mark Burt out in front on a 16.501. Burt continues on knocking on the door of a 17-lap effort. Currently about 7 seconds up on Mark Burt. Weiss continues to chase about a second back in the 2nd spot. Vera runs in the 3rd spot, 3/10 behind Weiss. We continue to follow American Mark Burt down the back straight, through the sweeper and into the infield. Car starting to loosen up a little bit as the heat goes on. Saw it step out just slightly earlier in the lap. And he's down the straightaway on the backside. Coming up on some lap traffic. Through the infield, a short shoot. Into the Omega. Nice tight line, making up tons of ground on the car in front of him. Makes the pass without any drama, and down the back straight he goes. (16.5) flat now the pace for Mark Burt's getting closer to that 17-lap pace. Love to get that extra lap. He paid good money to be in this race and would like to get the extra lap for increasing the value of his IFMAR World Championship racing dollar. He's around the Omega and through the switchback. Around the carousel, through the switchback, and down the straightaway. Less than a minute to go on this one as Burt stretching to try to get that 17th lap. Got a little wide on the left-hander. 16.501 now the pace. He's going to have to come up with something special here at the end. Through the short chute. Nice lines so far. We'll check that lap, which was an 18.8. Not quite fast enough. He needs another 1.1 seconds. And it's getting late in the game to find that amount of time. Looks like he's out on his last lap. He's through the short chute. Master clock has expired. And Mark Burt is done to reset TQ 16.501.2. Improving TQ by 7 seconds. Stephen Weiss finishes second, 1 second behind Mark Burt. Dave Vera finishes up third, 4/10 behind Weiss. And Hillcoat finishes up 1.8 seconds behind Vera. New mark to beat, 16.501.2 by American Mark Burt. LiveRC.com's continuing coverage of the IFMAR ISTC World Championships is brought to you by Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HPI Racing, CRC, Reedy, and Live Time. We will be back right after this message. We are back with our VRC Pro Track Cam, getting set for race number 5. Getting set for race number 5. This is Frenchman Loic Jasmin, Austrian Dominic Fogel, Pole Mikkel Orlovsky, Englishman Ben Cosgrove, the French Michael Jasmin, German David Ehrbar, American Ethan Erchinger, American Gonzalo Cortez, and Chinese Fangzhou Zhang. New mark to beat 16.501.2 by Mark Burt. And it's unfortunate that there isn't someone in race number 4 who has the last name of Ernie. Because then we could kick out the Sesame Street references and that would make everybody's day just a little better. Loic Jasmin's been making a habit today of running down times that stand up for several heats. See if he can do it again in round 4 here. Cars are lined up. It'll be Loic Jasmin leading us out. There he goes in the blue and the white. Followed by Dominic Fogel in the green and the white. Some quality drivers here. I've seen Loic Jasmin and Dominic Fogel's name in ETS coverage. And in order to get your name on the pages of Red RC and the other touring car racing blogs, you got to be pretty fast to do it. So we know there's quality here in this heat. Probably having some trouble in time practice. And Loic Jasmin's been basically punching above his weight so far in qualifying. There he goes through the screen. He is through the switchback and down the back straight. And we've been talking about Loic Jasmin, but Ben Cosgrove's found a little something something. So he starts out strong and leads the heat so far in the 9 car. 18.3 on his first lap, 18.1 on his second lap. His pace 17.510. And Cosgrove, rough lap on lap number 3. He will drop to 7th as Orlovsky had the lead briefly, but then Jasmin regains it. So drivers bouncing around in the results in this heat so far. It is Loic Jasmin, Orlovsky, Fogel, Erchinger, and Cosgrove, your top 5. Six laps in for the field. It's Jasmin, Orlovsky, and Fogel, your top 3. The pace now 17.513 for Loic Jasmin. Looks like he's good for about 18.2s, 18.3s. Current pace 17.513. Better than current TQ. We pick him up coming through the switchback onto the straightaway. Jasmin, Orlovsky, and Fogel continue to lead this heat. Cosgrove in the 4th spot, Urchinger in 5th. Jasmin starting to steam away from the rest of the field as Orlovsky is 1.1 seconds back of Jasmin. He's in a dogfight with Fogel for that 2nd spot, though. Fogel only 0.08 back of Orlovsky after lap 10. Cosgrove a ways back behind that battle, 3.6 seconds off. So really, the fight is between the top 3 in this one, Jasmin, Fogel, and Orlovsky. Regulars on the ETS touring car racing scene in Europe. .501.2 the mark to beat, and we have enough speed to do that in this one. 17.513 for Loic Jasmin. Got a Tamiya instant replay for you. Let's watch the 3rd car in this pack, the gray and the orange. Gets a little loose. Or the 2nd car, no, he taps the wall on the switchback. Car goes airborne, lands, and smacks into the outside wall. So it's Jasmin, Fogel, and Orlovsky. Fogel starting to assert his authority on that 2nd place spot as Orlovsky has fallen 3 seconds off of Fogel's pace. And it is Jasmin on a 17.513, Fogel on a 17.514. They're the only two on a 17-lap pace. It's conceivable that Orlovsky will get back on a 17-lap pace. We'll see what happens as the master clock has expired. Orlovsky is in and will not get 17 laps in round number 4. He goes 16.5 flat, waiting for the arrival of Jasmin and Fogel. Jasmin is into reset TQ 17.513.7. Fogel 17.515.3 for 2nd. And Ethan Urchinger finishes 4th with a 16.504.7. Time again for a quick commercial break as we bring up race number 6. We will be right back.
Hey guys, if you're looking for Team Associated products, V5, flat metal, touring cars, DC 6.2, Superior Hobbies is the place to go.
Check out Superior Hobbies for CLC and Tamiya parts. Derek for Brother Firm. If you need a Brother Firm body, hit up Superior Hobbies.
And we are back getting ready for race number 6. Loic Jasmin doing what he's been doing so far in qualifying, setting a time that seems to hold up for at least 2 qualifying heats afterwards. And Josh Cyril providing us with the free gun show out on the driver's stand. Michigan upper arms glistening in the sun. Trying to get rid of some of that farmer tan. I mentioned earlier this morning that when the sun started getting down in the afternoon, the roof of the driver's stand would no longer protect drivers' eyes. And Cyril, feeling the brunt of that, he doesn't have any sunglasses. And no hat. This is going to be Felix Law, Shavit Salagupta, Takayuki Kono, Cyril Ndie, Kevin Hebert, Matt White, Viyami Kutvanen, Chris Adams, and Josh Cyril.
One minute to start, gentlemen. 1 minute to start.
I got the rental car. I'm out of here. Flight leaves in 45 minutes.
Can you check from car 8? We got 30 seconds to start. Can you check from car 8?
Set to go. 17.5, 13.7. The mark to beat by Loic Jasmine. Felix Law drifting out of the start box, possibly to the ire of race officials. We'll see what happens here if they ask him to move back, and they don't. Here we go. Felix Law leads him out. Felix Law, first lap is in on his fourth round qualifying attempt. 18.2 for him early on. Shavit Salagupta, 17.9. A solid opening lap. So it's going to be Salagupta, Kono, and Law, your top three after lap 1. Mark to beat 17.5, 13.7. Let me pick up the white, yellow, and blue. I believe that is Shavit Salagupta. And yes, it is. And we drift back to, I think that should be Josh Cyril in the Awesomatics. Oh, we're looking at the 5 car of Takayuki Kono. My mistake. Who has taken over the lead of the heat. His pace 17.509. So it's Kono, Salagupta, and Hebert moving up to the top 3. Picking up Takayuki Kono down the back straight. So fast, he flies right out of the picture. Got that chassis working through the infield short chute and the Omega turn. Pulling up on Shavit Salagupta on the track. Ooh, Salagupta gets wide, wiggles, gets out of it, but he's on the race line. And Kono, no fear, just goes right around the outside, stands on it, and makes the pass. That could have come out so much worse. Let's take a look at the Tamiya instant replay of that contretemps. There is Salagupta. You see him get wide. Fishtails. He's right on the racing line, and Kono making a last-second adjustment to make the pass. So Kono is on it right now. In the zone, he's pulling Salagupta around the track with him, but he leads on a 17.5, 12.1 pace, which is still fast enough to take TQ. Salagupta not done with him yet. He is pulling back up within striking distance. But it's Kono, Hebert moving up to the second spot now. I take that back. He's third, but he's 0.02 of a second behind Salagupta. So Hebert starting to find some pace here in the second half of qualifying. We follow Kono down the straightaway through the sweeper. Kono, Hebert, and Adams now your top 3 after 9 laps. So Hebert starting to get his program together. Kono on a 17.5, 12.9. Hebert runs 1.8 seconds behind Kono. Adams from America moving up to the 3rd spot. Josh Cyril starting to get some pace. He's in the 4th spot. Picking up Hebert out on the track. There is the green, orange, and white associated of the Canadian. Working through the Omega turn, through the chicane, through the switchback, and down the back straight. It looks like that car really pushes badly through the sweeper. You can see how much lock he's got turned in to those front wheels to try to get the car to turn. However, 1.9 seconds back of Kono on a 17.5.16. Kono on a 17.5.14, so they've fallen off of the TQ pace. And Bear continuing around this track. There is leader Takayuki Kono looking to finish up strong here. He just ran his 15th lap. That was an 18.5. His pace 17.5.14.6. Through the infield, short chute, and into the Omega turn. 16th lap is in. He's out on his last lap. Bear will go for 17. Adams will go for 17, I believe. This could be close for Adams. He does set out on his 17th lap. And Kono finishes up. Not quite enough for TQ, but it's still a 17-lap effort. 17.5.14.6. Bear 17.5.16.8. Chris Adams coming around to finish up with a 17.5.18.2. Cyril Ndie in fourth, 16.5 flat.
Chris Adams finishes over 17.5.18. Tyler Diaz finished fourth. Josh Cyril in fifth. That one, 6 on 7. Susan is in 8th. And Charlotte Salagupa finishes in that 9th spot. Race number 7, race 7. You guys are up. Race 7, you guys are up.
Drivers on the stand for race number 7 here at the IFMAR ISTC World Championships for 2014. We're at the Full Throttle Raceway in Kissimmee, Florida. On the stand is Colin Price, Nicola Moroni, Marco Kaufmann, Alexandre Laurent, Martin Hudi, Charlie Putti-Yotin, Thomas Pumpler, Mark Fisher, and Francesco Martini. It doesn't get more Italian than that. Mark to beat still, 17.5.13.7 by Loic Jasmine from a couple of heats ago.
And I have a check from no one. Go, gentlemen. Players going to be as follows. Going to go car 5 on the phone, followed by 9, 2, 6, 1, 8, 4, 3, 7. Once again, this is 5 on the phone. Everybody else want to call your car number.
Drivers getting them lined up here. Looking to take down a 17.5.13.7. This is the D qualifier. Colin Price from Great Britain, Nicola Moroni from Italy, Marco Kaufmann from Germany, Alexandre Laurent from France, Martin Hudi from Slovakia, Charlie Putti-Yotin from Thailand, Thomas Pumpler from Austria, Mark Fisher from Germany, and Francesco Martini from Italy. And Colin Price leads us out.
racing 7, race 8, new car. Race 9 to be a test. Race 10, you're on deck.
Colin Price leading out the field here as he completes lap number 2. 18.0 backed up by an 18.1. His early pace 17.507.8. Getting it wrong coming out of the back straight though, so he will fall down the order quickly. That car already looking loose. He may have tweaked it on that collision on the straightaway. These guys having some trouble early on. After 3 laps, it's going to be Fischer, Pumpler, and Kaufmann. Fischer's early pace 17.510. That would be good enough if he can keep it going. Pumpler 3/10 back of Fischer and Putiotin, 2/10 back from Pumpler. Fischer, Putiotin, and Martin Hudi moving up into the 3rd spot on lap number 5. 1/10 of a second between the top 2, and Hudi was about 3/10 back of Putiotin. Six laps in for the field to pace 17.512.6 for Charlie P. Still good enough to take down TQ. These guys are very closely packed together in the top 5 for pace. And now Hudi moves out front in car number 1. Mr. X-Ray Jr., if you will, son of Uri Hudi, founder of X-Ray. He's now one of their engineers. And he's in a dogfight with Charlie P for that top spot. They're 1/10 of a second apart. Kaufmann, 100th of a second behind Hudi. And Fischer, another 1/10 of a second behind that. So the top 4 stacked right together. We have to see how this plays out as we continue on with 1.5 minutes to go. Now Kaufmann takes his turn at the front of the field. 17.514.2. So now the pace has decayed enough to no longer be on a pace that will reset the mark to beat. Picking up Martin Hudi down that back straight in the white and orange. After 12 laps, it's Hudi, Kaufmann, Putiotin, and Laurent moving up into the 4th spot. 2.1 seconds across those top 4 drivers. And it is 15 hundredths across the top 3. So extremely close racing here between Hudi, Kaufmann, and Putiotin. This is just going to go down to the last lap to see what happens. We follow Martin Hudi from Slovakia in the X-Ray. Looks like his car is working well. Car gets into the corner efficiently and gets out efficiently without wiggling the tail. He's not having to back it into the tight corners yet. Through the Omega, through the chicane, and to the switchback. Kaufmann, Putiotin, and Hudi. Your top 3. There is 6/10 of a second across the top 3 positions. Nobody's on a pace to take over TQ, but it's a good race with these guys nonetheless. Last laps being run right now for the field. Martini, Maroney, and Price are in. Pumpler's in. Fisher's off the track. Kaufman's in. Hoodie is in. Laurent is in. And Putiotin is in. And Charlie P. will win the heat but not improve TQ. 17.5, 14.9. Martin Hoodie, 17.5, 15.9. Alexandra Laurent, 17.5, 18.5. And Marco Kaufmann, 17.5, 18.6. That'll do it for the D qualifier, race 7. The C qualifier, race 8, coming up next. Cars coming off the track, and corner marshals coming off the track. We will be right back after this message.
VRC Pro is your RC racing sim for endless training and racing. Super realistic electric on-road racing on tracks like Eppelheim, Colegno, Himstede, Bangkok, Orlando, and more. Learn setup, improve race control, meet 100,000 other racers. This is VRC Pro, and it is free to play. Go to vrcpro.com and sign up today.
We are back with race number 8 in qualifying round number 4 from the IFMAR ISTC World Championships here in Kissimmee, Florida. Nicholas Lee, J.J. Wang, Rick Howart, Scotty Gray, Frederick Sudoff, Juho Levanen, Chris Granger, Simon Nicholson, and Ralph Birch take to the track. VRC Pro Track Cam showing the cars warming up. Cars getting lined up on the line and colliding with each other. A little surprising to see these guys still checking transponders at this point of the event. Howard looking for better things from round 4. He was unable to complete his round 3 qualifier. And Nicholas Lee leads him out from Singapore in the Tamiya chassis. There is Nicholas Lee. Through the switchback and down the straightaway. First lap for him, 18 flat. Scotty Gray, nice lap to start out, 17.9. Granger with a very rough start at a 20.4. Two laps in for the field is going to be Levanen, Wang, and Lee, your top 3. Levanen's early pace 17.506. Looks like we have picked up HPI driver JJ Wang in that new Pro 5 chassis. He and Andy Moore, the factory drivers for that manufacturer, are enjoying the new vehicles, say they're working well. And he continues through the infield. Little Tokyo drift action before he goes down the short chute. A little overshoots the left-hander a little bit. But then he continues on his way. Down the straightaway he goes. Wang, Lebanon, and Lee, your top three after 5 laps. The pace 17.507 for J.J. Wang. He's got Lebanon right on his tail. Half a second covers the top 6 positions. And so your scoring display is going to change around quite a bit as this race goes on. And after 7 laps, Lebanon back out front. Howard runs in the second spot now. Lee in third, Gray in fourth, Wang in fifth. Less than a half second across the top 6. The pace is still pretty strong. 17.509 is about 4 seconds up on current TQ. We'll see if they can hang on to this as Howard takes his turn out in front on lap number 8. Howard, Lee, and Lebanon after 9 laps. We pick up Rick Howard in the white and the red. He's the dude running Reedy Motors now. Reedy Motors batteries and electronics at the Associated camp in California. Tamiya instant replay coming up. I'm going to check out J.J. Wang getting it wrong. Clips the dot in the chicane, and onto his lid he goes. We're back live with Howard. All by himself on the track, nobody around, so he can just focus on turning laps. It's Lee, Howard, and Gray, your top 3. Getting late in the game here, but still 1 second covers the top 6. Pace is now 17.509.6, still good enough for TQ. Half a second between Lee and Howard after 13 laps. Sudoff under the 3rd spot. Lebanon runs 4th. Final seconds running down in race number 8. We pick up Nicholas Lee, our late leader in this one. 17.509.4 is his pace. Back into the infield through the double apex left. Through the short chute. Into the Omega. Through the chicane. Through the switchback and down the straightaway. Closing in on the end of race number 8. This is the C qualifier. And like Jasmine's time will fall, Nicholas Lee runs 17.509.8. Rick Howard 17.510.7. Scotty Gray 17.510.8. Waiting for the arrival of Ralphie Birch. He is done with a 17.511.7 for 4th. So Nicholas Lee resets TQ with 2 heats left to go on the round. Looks like Nicholson and Granger were not able to complete their run, and J.J. Wang, he may have pulled off a lap early after an extremely costly mistake late in the qualifier. We will be back right after this message.
Hey guys, if you're looking for Team Associated products, V5, flat metal, touring cars, DC 6.2s, Superior Hobbies is the place to go.
Check out Superior Hobbies for CLC and Tamiya parts.
This is Derek from Protoform. If you need a Protoform body, hit up Superior Hobbies.
We are back with race number 9, taking to the track our B qualifier here at the World Championships. Nicholas Lee now providing the target for them to shoot down of a 17.509.8. Looking at Ollie Jeffries, Paul Lemieux, Andy Moore, Atsushi Hara, Hayato Matsuzaki, Mean V, Yannick Prumper, Elliot Harper, and Andrew Hardman on the stand. Paul Lemieux showing some resurgence here in the event, put in a solid run in round number 3. Looking for more in round 4. And temperature continuing to climb here in Kissimmee, now 89.9 degrees Fahrenheit. Thankfully, there's some cloud cover to hopefully reduce how hot the track is. It's still going to be hot regardless. All right, drivers are lined up. We're ready to get some. Mean V will lead them out, followed by Hara, Matsuzaki, Lemieux, Moore, Prumper, Harper, Hardman, and Jeffries. VRC Pro Track Cam showing them rolling out. You see the clouds up in the sky, and we are underneath one right now. Perhaps this will give him a small advantage as Mean completes his first lap 17.7 out of the gate. Mean V, the 200mm sedan nitro-powered world champion, making the trip from Thailand. Second lap coming in for these guys. We'll take a look at where we're at. It's going to be Hayato Matsuzaki out in front, followed by Mean V and Paul Lemieux in the third spot. Early pace is good, 17.503.5. There is the black, pink, and white of Atsushi Hara. Part of a very exclusive club of people who have won world championships with electric and nitro-powered vehicles. Not even Masami Hirosaka has done that. And we're picking up Hayato Matsuzaki, who has fallen down the order in the last couple laps. And again, Lemieux moves out front, 17.504 the pace, followed by Yannick Prumper and Mean V. Picking up Paul Lemieux, there he is with the blue nose, white tail in the X-ray. Thunder Power rocketing that car down the straightaway and into the infield. And he continues his quest for the A-main. 17.505 the pace after 7 laps. He heads through the short chute into the Omega turn. Nope, clips a dot. Able to land it and drive away without Marshall's assistance. It is Mean V, Lemieux, and Prumper, your top three. Mean V, Lemieux, and Matsuzaki with 2 minutes to go in this one. 17.508.5 the pace. Just good enough to beat Nicholas Lee. However, that pace is continuing to decay. Cloud cover still over the track, so the pavement, while still ridiculously hot, might be a little less ridiculously so. Mean, Lemieux, and Matsuzaki. Half a second across the top three. Going to go to a Tamiya instant replay here and see what's going on at the start-finish line. Andrew Moore grabs a little too much throttle on that paint, and round she goes. Where she stops, nobody knows. He ends up able to drive away without Marshall's assistance, but went for a 360. And he is back underway. Lemieux, Matsuzaki, and Mean V down to the third spot now, as Lemieux on a 17.509.0. That would be enough to take TQ with one heat left to go. He's pulling up on some traffic here on the left side of the track. We follow Matsuzaki. There is Matsuzaki. Looking for that white car with the blue nose. There is Lemieux. He's an American. He leads on a 17.508.6. Looking for every fraction of a second he can claw out of the track surface. All right, master clock has expired. These guys are out on their last laps. Let's see what happens here as we follow Lemieux to finish up his qualifying effort. He's down the short chute, through the Omega, across the line, and he will get nipped at the line by Hayato Matsuzaki. 17.508.1 for Matsuzaki. Lemieux a tenth of a second off of that. Yannick Prumper 17.509.322, which is still faster than Nicholas Lee's time, as is Mean Veyrock's time of 17.509.671. However, Atsushi Hara just missing Nicholas Lee's time by 0.03 of a second. So Matsuzaki sets the new mark to beat. And we'll find out what happens as we bring up the last heat of round 4 of qualifying. Our third round of the day. After this, we will take a 20-minute break or so and start our final round of qualifying for the day, round 5, here at the 2014 IFMAR ISTC World Championships from Full Throttle Raceway in Kissimmee, Florida. Coverage is being provided to you by Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HPI Racing, Calander Racing Concepts, Reedy, and Live Time. We'll be right back after this message.
From the World Championship winning team at HB comes the latest in a long line of groundbreaking, state-of-the-art racing chassis. We proudly present to you the Pro 5 Competition 110 scale four-wheel drive touring car. Using its vast knowledge of competition chassis design, the HB R&D team set out to create the next level touring car platform. The HB Pro 5 provides the driver with the ultimate level of stability and flow.
We are back with the final qualifying heat of round number 4. It is Naoto Matsukura, Ronald Folker, Mark Reinhardt, Bruno Coelho, Akio Sobue, Victor Wilk, Yilis Grosskamp, Christopher Kropp, and Alexander Hagberg. Looking to take down a 17.508.1 effort from Hayato Matsuzaki. Naoto and Mark looking relaxed on the driver's stand, as is Ronald Folker. It has been a duel between Folker and Matsukura so far. Matsukura TQing 2 rounds so far. Folker TQing 1. Reinhard not far off of the top 2. These drivers hoping to break up the duel that is going on between Matsukura and Folker. Getting the cars checked in here. Ready to go with the final heat of the qualifying round. The A qualifier.
Drivers ready. Car 5 on the cone, less than 5.
Here we go. Naoto through the Omega and onto the track to begin his fourth round qualifying effort.
9, 8, 7. And we are underway with race number 10. This is our top.
Through the Omega, his first lap. 17.2 out of the gate. Reinhard 17.3. However, after lap 1, it's going to be Bruno Coelho in the X-Ray from Portugal. 17.213 on his first lap. So perhaps he's the one that can break up this duel. Coelho 17.3 on lap 2. Early pace 18.510. 3 laps coming in for the field. It is Coelho, Matsukura, Reinhard, and Folker. 1/10 of a second covering the top 4 spots. Victor Wilk, half a second behind Folker in the 5th spot. So it's a 4-car fight out in front in this round. Coelho, Matsukura, Reinhard, and Folker. Picking up Bruno Coelho in the orange and white. He was just in Italy a couple of weeks ago racing 8-scale nitro off-road cars. So Coelho stepping up on the world stage here, duking it out with the best drivers on the planet. Last lap 17.4, pace is now 18.514. 1/10 of a second behind him is Naoto Matsukura. Folker, another 4/10 behind Matsukura. Reinhard, 1/100th behind Folker. Coelho, relatively bad lap at 18.1. I would struggle to get a 20.1 on this surface. But he drops down to the 3rd spot now as Matsukura takes over. Halfway home, it is Matsukura, Coelho, Folker, Reinhard, Wilkes, Sobue, Hagberg, Grosskamp, and Christopher Kropp at the back of the line. Picking up Ronald Folker running in the 4th spot. Suddenly he's got some extra company here. It's not just him and Matsukura anymore. Matsukura, Coelho, Reinhard, and Folker, your top 4 after 10 laps. The pace is stout, 18.515 for Naoto Matsukura. Yep. A little over a minute to go in this one. Naoto Matsukura continues to lead, but he's got Coelho right on his tail. Only 0.02 of a second back. Folker in the 3rd spot. Reinhardt runs 4th. Wilk in the 5th spot. Sobue 6th. Grosskamp 7th. Hagberg 8th and Kropp 9th. We follow Coelho on the track. Through the short chute. Through the Omega. Can Coelho in the X-ray break up the Tamiya Yokomo dominance? I think I saw Matsukura go through the frame. I did. That looks like Matsukura at the back of this line. So Coelho. Green lights to TQ round number 4. Let's see what happens. 18.516 the pace. Folker now 2nd. Reinhardt 3rd. Wilkin 4th. Sobue 5th. Matsukura drops down to 8th after the mistake. Coelho in the orange and white from Portugal. Looking to TQ round 4 here at the World Championships. Final seconds ticking away on the master clock. He's through the sweeper and into the infield. Looks like he's got Reinhardt it is Reinhardt in front of him on the track. I would be comfortable following Reinhardt and expecting him to do the right thing. Folker's in, Reinhardt's in. Coelho will be the only one to run 18 laps in round number 4. So he is on a victory lap right now. Crosses the line to take TQ in round 4. What a great story that is. Coelho breaks up the duel out front and will TQ round 4 in the X-ray. Folker finishes up 2nd. Reinhardt 3rd. Wilk 4th. Sobue 5th. Grosskamp in the 6th spot. Hagberg 7th. And Matsukura 8th. Kropp unable to complete the qualifier. Let's get a look at Coelho finishing up the qualifier with the Tamiya instant replay. Oh, he skies it off of the dot after the finish line. A slightly over-exuberant finish, I must say. But he will TQ round 4 and get X-ray on the map here in the A-main field for the World Championships. 20-minute break coming up as we get ready for round number 5. J Concepts pit reports coming up shortly. Don't go away.
VRC Pro is your RC racing sim for endless training and racing. Super realistic electric on-road racing on tracks like Eppelheim, Colegno, Himstede, Bangkok, Orlando, and more. Learn setup, improve race control, meet 100,000 other racers. This is VRC Pro, and it is free to play. Go to vrcpro.com and sign up today.
Hey guys, if you're looking for Team Associated products, V5, flat M's, touring cars, DC 6.2s, Superior Hobbies is the place to go.
Check out Superior Hobbies for CLC and Tamiya parts.
This is Derek from Brotherfirm. If you need a Brotherfirm body, hit up Superior Hobbies.
From the World Championship winning team at HB comes the latest in a long line of groundbreaking, state-of-the-art racing chassis. We proudly present to you the Pro 5 Competition 1/10 scale four-wheel drive touring car. Using its vast knowledge of competition chassis design, the HB R&D team set out to create the next level touring car platform. The HB Pro 5 provides the driver with the ultimate level of stability and flow. Portuguese X-Ray on-road star here, Bruno Coelho, stopping the Yokomo dominance here in touring car.
Yeah, the car is very good, and I try to drive slowly and do without mistakes. I think it's very good.
Is that really important when the track's this hot and it's starting to get slippery? Or not starting, it's been slippery.
Just drive slowly and you don't need to push because the tires degrade too much.
Do you think that your car is better when the track is hot, or is just everyone more even?
No, I think the cars are the same. No, I think the CJ is better too.
I know that through practice you switched from the old Mazda Speed 6 to the LTCR, and your car got fantastically better.
Yes.
We have lost our luggage and the body stay in airport. That's why we try with the Mazda body, but the car does work so well like work with LCT. So it's like that. When we change the body, the time comes, and now here we are, our performance. It's so easy like that.
We saw you a couple of weeks ago in Italy for the Off-Road Worlds, but I understand you're primarily an on-road driver.
What?
You are primarily an on-road racer?
Yes.
And but you just started racing the electric on-road class not too long ago?
I started 2 years ago, and we learn day and day to be our best.
You TQ'd the Euros for touring car. How did you expect to do when you got here?
I just penaliquei a final.
Our main goal is to be in the 10 first at the main final. We have our limited hopes, but we work a lot to take the car the most higher possible, to get more happiness to our fans, and if you can arrive to main A, for us it's a dream. We are living our dream in this moment in USA.
Well, TQing around is definitely going to help work toward that goal and make it the main. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Bruno Coelho from X-Ray, and all the way out here from Portugal, and a solid, amazing run here in the this last round of touring car. Defending champion here, Hillis Grosskamp. Just quietly working your way into top 10 finishes in every round so far.
Yeah, it's it's just for me just steady driving. I got an 8, a 6, 6 and 8, and I am not far off the pace, but just a little bit. So I first want to focus to make the A main. I think now I'm pretty much locked in to make the main, so I can try a bit more. It's not a good thing still to try setups, but it's needed because the car is not, especially when it's really hot. Our car struggles a bit more than the other guys, and now in round 5 and 6 I'm gonna try some more changes on the car, and just hopefully I can get some better points and get maybe in the middle of the main, and otherwise I hope I can make the main. So I mean I'm not on pace. I hope Mark and Victor can do a bit better to be able to get in front of the grid and just fight with the Yokomos, and of course also with Bruno now with X-Ray, because he's also really fast now.
That was a surprise, I think, for everyone. For the first 3 rounds now, we've had 1 or 2 cars that were not an X-Ray or Tamiya, or I'm sorry, Yokomo or Tamiya make the top 10. But then Bruno comes out here in the hottest and probably worst conditions that we've run in so far and lay down a TQ run.
Yeah, it's really unbelievable. We know Bruno already for a couple of years, and this year's in 2 months ago at the European Championship, he TQ'd, and everybody thought it was just like a lucky punch. But I think he shows again that he's really improved by so much, and now it's just the first time for him to come here, and yeah, I mean he make a TQ run. It's really unbelievable. Yeah.
What do you think the Yokomo guys have, especially during the heat, that the Tamiya car doesn't quite have?
I still think our car is as good as the Yokomo car. The problem is how you deliver the power on the track. And honestly, for me, just the feeling I have with a speed control motor, it's still not perfect for this track. So I still have to drive slower to go faster. It sounds funny, but with touring car at the moment, if you have too much power, you just overheat the tire too much, and you go slower. So I really have to work better to make the setup from the Speedo, and also my own driving style have to be more smooth. Because every run after run, I speak with Joe and Oscar from Orion, and they say, Yillis, you have to be more smooth going in the corner and out of the corner, more smooth, just to save the tire and just be able to go faster on the end of the run.
How difficult is it to meter how hard you're driving, and really to set up your motor and speed control, because the infield of the course is really tight and technical, just short bursts here and there. But then that straightaway is a mile long.
Yeah.
Not quite a mile.
Yeah, it's very important to have a very smooth bottom, but still have the top speed. So you play a lot with boost and turbo, and also turbo delay. So when turbo will kick in. So like now I'm using no boost to get it smooth in the bottom, just out of the corner, and then also the turbo delay is quite late. So actually only the turbo, so only your speed will come on the straightaway, and in the infield you keep like just like zero timing. Yeah.
Pretty incredible. It's amazing to see how technology has changed touring car racing. Thank you so much, and good luck on continuing your quest to defend your world title.
Okay, thank you very much.
It's Yillis Groskamp, the defending world champion, and just quietly working his way toward getting in the show once again. standing here with Teru Hanaumi. He's showing us a new product that we actually spotted at the 12 scale portion of the event. So no one's actually running them here in touring car. But this is a pretty big change for the 12 scale world.
Yes. I was really happy to introduce the spur gears at 84 pitch in the world for the 12 scale. And actually, there was about 5 or 6 drivers, but no one had stripped the gear. So I was really happy about the quality.
We know that 24 pitch gears are really, really big. 32 pitch. Off-road guys use 48 pitch. And for a long time, on-road cars were 64 pitch. Now the 84 pitch gears, these are really small. What's the advantage of the smaller teeth?
I think like this, the gear is one of the frequency. So frequency to transfer the energy or power. So that's why if you get more pitch, then it's like a frequency level go higher. So that means it will be much smoother. You can feel as a speed controller, then you can feel more at the gears because it's not electric. It's a real world thing. So.
And when did you start working on the 84 pitch gear project?
Actually, 10 years ago. When we start the first spur gear, I had already idea, but only my near friend knows about it. But now some other companies start to make an 84. So we just started to show out because when 10 years ago, it was too much for the market. And right now, we have a competitor, so we can go into it. So we are ready already. We are ready to go in anytime, but I was just waiting.
Who are some of the drivers that ran them, the new gears during 12 scale?
Actually, the one was associated.
Kevin?
Yeah, no.
Yuho?
Yuho, yeah. Yuho was the best, fastest guy, but for 64 pitch, Mark had run. Many top 10 driver had run, but it was too new, so they are worried about to use. So only the UFO was fast, but there's some Steve, and many driver had drive. Yeah.
Well, the new gears look great, and I think the coolest part was that they just sounded different. The cars sounded smoother. They had a different noise to them.
Actually, I cannot for the UFO car. I cannot hear any gear sounds. Only the tire and the motor noise. So I was really happy about the quality, and also UFO said it was amazing. So I'm really happy about the product.
Well, can't wait to get some of these to try them and hear what other people have to think. Thank you so much. This is Teru Hanaumi from Xenon, showing off some new 84 pitch gears here at the World Championships.
All right, guys. Those of you that were in race 10, you guys left your transmitters up here. We got 3 of them. Need all my turn marshals, please. Race 10, you guys can get up here, please, turn marshal. Race 1 is getting saucy. Turn marshals, let's go. Race 1 is ready to get on the track. You guys can get out here, please. turn marshals from race number 10. I should have Mean, Hara, Hayato. Sorry, wrong race. Start again. I said Nyoto, Ronald Volker, Mark Reinhardt, Bruno, Akio, Victor Wilkes, Gillis, Christopher Kropp, Alexander Hagberg. You guys should all be out here turn marshaling, please. Let's go, gentlemen. I should not have to delay a race for turn marshals.
They're on their way out there. Good job.
Race number 1, your 2-minute clock has begun. One minute to start, gentlemen. Daniel Sieber is going to lead us off. That's car 10 on the tone, followed by 3, 4, 2, 5, 1, 6, 7, 9, 8. Once again, see 10 on the tone. Everybody else might find a car number. Everyone is checked in. We have 30 seconds to start, gentlemen. 30 seconds.
Welcome back to LiveRC.com's continuing coverage of the IFMAR ISTC World Championships. Coverage provided by Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HP, HPI Racing, CRC, Reedy, and Live Time. We're getting set to go with round number 5, the last one of the day. Bruno Coelho making a name for himself in round 4 as he TQs the round, the only driver to run 18 laps in the round. And we begin with round number 5. Germany's Daniel Sieber leads him out. American Dave Duncan starts second. American Lee Passell starts third. Hillier, Wise, Miller, Haswell, Remington, Kolenchik, and Kuhar round out the field. And so far in qualifying, Daniel Sieber has been the class of this field by quite a bit. For the moment, though, we're going to focus in on American Dave Duncan going down the back straight through the sweeper. Known much more for his off-road exploits, he is trying his hand in sedan here at the World Championships. Through the Omega turn. Sieber running off and hiding from the rest of this field. First one into the 18s and the only one to have done so to this point. Early pace 16.503. So Sieber getting on down the highway in this one. 3 laps in, it is Sieber, Hillier, Passell, Duncan, and Miller, your top 3, or your top 5. So after round number 4, the game and the A-main listings is changing. X-Ray now has 2 cars into the show in the forms of Bruno Coelho and Alexander Hagberg. Yokomo and Tamiya with 4 cars each. It's Sieber, Passell, and Duncan, your top 3. Sieber's pace almost a lap up on second. He's on a 16.502. Passell on a 15.5 flat. We pick up German Daniel Sieber in the gray and orange. And no resort in IFMAR qualifying throughout the entire qualifying process. So Sieber looking to move way up in the number of mains that he will be in. Coming up on some traffic down the back straightaway. Shadows starting to get long here in Florida. The temperature finally starting to drop. We saw a maximum of 89.9 earlier today. Now back down to 88.5 as the sun starts to drop in the sky here in Central Florida. Zieber, Pacell, and Duncan are how they run. Pacell 11 seconds behind Daniel Zieber, so Zieber's gone. Duncan 2.5 seconds behind Pacell, so no real good races on the clock here. You can review the results on the Live RC live screen on the results tab. And going through the results as I see them so far after 4 rounds, I've still got Naoto Matsukura out front. He has not locked up TQ yet. That could happen possibly as late as tomorrow, depending on what happens in this round. Ronald Folker is qualified second, Reinhard in the 3rd spot, Victor Wilk 4th, Bruno Coelho in 5th, Yilis Grosskamp defending world champion 6th, Alexander Hagberg 7th, Hayato Matsuzaki 8th, Akio Subue 9th, and Atsushi Hara in the 10th spot. Main Veyrock, currently your BQ. I want to just kind of rip down the order here and see where our leader finds himself in qualifying thus far. Looks like he is 66th thus far in qualifying. That's Germany's Daniel Zieber. Closing in on the end of this one, Zieber's got this one fully under control, running a new fast time for his own efforts on a 16.501, trying to stretch to that 17 lap pace. Pacell runs second, 21 seconds behind Zieber. Now Duncan 1 second behind Pacell, trying to track him down. Michael Wise 10 seconds behind Duncan, so this is all about Daniel Zieber, who has finished up with a 16.501 to set the mark for round number 5. Pacell's in, Duncan's in. Kalenchik is in, looking for the arrival of American Michael Wise, looking to finish up 4th. And everybody except for Roman QR is in. Hillier and Miller unable to complete their runs. That'll do it for race 1. Zieber setting the mark to be 16.501. And that is his new best individual time on the track by 6 seconds. So he's continuing to look to improve his qualifying efforts here. Doing a good job. And as we get ready for race 2, we will be right back after this message.
VRC Pro is your RC racing sim for endless training and racing. Super realistic electric on-road racing on tracks like Eppelheim, Colegno, Himstede, Bangkok, Orlando, and more. Learn setup, improve race control, meet 100,000 other racers. This is VRC Pro, and it is free to play. Go to vrcpro.com and sign up today.
Drivers approaching the stand for race number 2. This will be Wojciech Rozwadowski, Sean Schutte, Jeff Hastings, Antonio Caroli, Chris Donahue, Damian Giddens, Michael Hanelick, Jake Danilchik, Fred Kellner, and Anna Viskel. Getting cars lined up for race number 2. Got a chance to talk to some of these drivers after round 4 finished with our J Concepts pit report, and kind of a similar theme amongst the drivers we talked to. We talked to Bruno Coelho and Ulis Grosskamp, and their instructions for how to get around this track quickly were pretty much the same. It's those who are the smoothest will go the fastest. So you can't rip on the throttle coming out of the corners, and you can't really get the car into the corners aggressively for fear of heating up the tires. And Bruno said that, yeah, in order to go the fastest, he had to drive much slower and just be very smooth and careful with the car and not upset it and slide the tires. And he ended up being the only driver in round 4 to get an 18-lap run. So giving the X-Ray team something to smile about as they are figuring out how to come up with an answer for these Tamiyas and Yokomos that have been dominating the qualifying proceedings thus far. Giving these guys a couple of laps to get settled in and get a pace going. We pick up the all-white number 3 of Wojciech Rajvadovsky. Yeah, clips a disaster for Wojciech. Kicked the dot, flipped the car, spun it out one more time just to add insult to injury when he was trying to recover the car. Now he's back underway. It's Rajvadovsky, Schutte, and Caroli, your top 3. And I'm expecting Schutte to take over the lead, and he does indeed take over. So it's South African Schutte followed by countryman Antonio Caroli. American Michael Hanelick runs in the 3rd spot. Anna Viskel from Germany runs in the 4th spot, and Fred Kellner from the United States runs 5th. Get a Tamiya instant replay of the woes of Wojciech Rajvadovsky. Clips the dot, rolls over, slides on that lid, lands on his wheels, gets stuck up against the wall, out of frustration, grabs a fistful of throttle and loops the car out. So certainly not what he was hoping for. And we continue on in this one about halfway in. The pace nowhere near current TQ. Sean Schutte running a 16.511 pace. Antonio Caroli chases, but he's 1.5 seconds back, which is nearly an eternity in on-road racing. These guys are used to dealing with fractions of a second to determine positions in qualifying. Two cars here together on the track, and the blue and white car, perhaps running out of patience, throws the chrome horn at the yellow car and moves past. It is Schutte, Caroli, and Rajvadovsky. This is qualifying round number 5 from the IFMAR ISTC World Championships. Round 5 of 6. We'll run the 6th round tomorrow morning. Coverage provided by Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HPI Racing, CRC Reedy and Live Time. I'm coming to you from the VBC Racing Broadcast Center. Instant replays are being provided by Tamiya, and our track cam is brought to you by VRC Pro. Closing in on the end of this one, picking up your leader, Sean Schutte. Or my mistake, that was not Sean Schutte. Schutte, Karolyi, and Hanalik, your top three now, as Raj Vadovsky has fallen far off the pace. He may not be on the track anymore. Pace for Schutte, 16.512, about 11 seconds off the current TQ. There is Sean Schutte from South Africa, the red, yellow, and white. Master clock expiring, so we will see what he does on his last lap here. Through the infield, around the hairpin, down the short chute, and across the line with a 16.5, 11.8, running his fastest lap on his last lap. So 10 seconds off the TQ, but he is in the books as having run his fifth qualifying round. Karolyi finishes in the second spot, Hanalik third, Giddens in the fourth spot, Hastings in fifth. Race 2 of 10 in the books, and we are going to step away to pay a bill, and we'll be right back after this message.
Hey guys, if you're looking for Team Associated products, V5, V5M, touring cars, GC 6.2s, Superior Hobbies is the place to go.
Check out Superior Hobbies for CLC and Tommy parts.
This is Derek from Butterfirm. If you need a Butterfirm body, hit up Superior Hobbies.
Race 3 coming to the line. It's Mikko Tepanoja, Hai Fang Wong, Mike Haynes, Dennis Pickthall, Jackie Shum, Trin Tanang Suk Shakul, Uri Hoodie, Stephen Boyce, and Andrew Doherty. They're going to try to take down a 16.501.5 time by Daniel Zieber from Germany in Heat 1. Daniel punching much above his weight in his qualifying effort in round number 5. Be interesting to see how long his time holds up. Finland, China, the United States, Brazil, Hong Kong, Thailand, and Slovakia represented in this race. Uri Hoodie will be starting 7th in the 8 car, and he's got some stuff to smile about now. He's got 2 cars into the main so far. Getting set to go with race number 3 with a 16.501 mark to take down. Tepanoja leads him out, making the trip from Finland. Sun's starting to drop in the Florida sky. Shadows are starting to get long as the temperature finally starts dropping in the afternoon here. I'm not sure how much heat the asphalt will hold after getting baked in the sun all day. But hopefully the grip level comes up for these guys in the afternoon, as they've had some pretty fraught trips in qualifying rounds 3 and 4 in the middle of the day today. Oh, a car goes to the penalty box. That's the first time I've seen that. Looks like it was Stephen Boyce that went to the penalty box. I know he got together with a car on the right side of the track, and IFMAR on it like lightning. They sent him right to the penalty box for a stop and go. See that little P on the right side of the screen? That is the designated penalty area. It's a shame they don't have a little plastic dunce cap that they could put on top of the car while it's in the penalty area to carry the rest of the way. That'd be cool. I was bad. I was bad. Now I have a hat. It is Tepanoja leading out over Haynes and Tanang Sakshakul. Finland, US, and Thailand out in front of this one. The pace 16.505. So Tepanoja trying to come up with an answer for Zeber's time. Got to find about another 3.5 seconds or so to get on pace with the current standard in the round. Halfway through this one, Tepanoja, Haynes, and Tanang Sakshakul. With Tepanoja going the wrong direction on pace, 16.506.1. 4.5 seconds off the TQ. I believe we have picked up Trin on the track. I think that was car 4. Maybe that's Dennis Pickthall. These cars have relatively huge numbers on them, but they're carrying so much speed around this track that even with the high-def video, I'm having trouble seeing that number. Yep, we're following Dennis Pickthall from Brazil. I believe he's the only Brazilian here at this event. And he's running in the 5th spot on a 16.509 pace, about 3 seconds off of our leaders. Got 2 seconds covering the top 5 spots in this field, so it's not too far apart. Got a little bit of results bouncing around here. So 12 laps in, it's Tepanoja, Tanang Sakshakul, Pickthall in the 3rd spot, Wong in 4th, and Mike Haynes in the 5th spot. Uri Hoodie circulates in the 6th spot. Jackie Schum 7th, Andrew Doherty 8th, and Stephen Boyce 9th. All cars still running. Closing in on the end of this one, the pace for now new leader Tanang Sakshakul, 16.506.7, about 5 seconds off the TQ pace. It's like Tepanoja's pace falling off in the last 2 laps. Trin sets a new fast lap for himself on the second to last lap, so he sets out on lap number 16. Looking for Tanang Sakshakul. We believe we found him. The green, purple, and white. It's a good paint job. I like that. Some mint green down the back straightaway. He is across the line and done. 16.506.4. Mikko Tepanoja finishing up 16.507.0 in the second spot. Mike Haynes 508.1. Dennis Pickthall 508.5 for the fourth spot. Current TQ holds 16.501.5 by Daniel Zieber as we get ready to bring up race number 4. Going to pay a bill, and we'll be back right after this message.
From the World Championship winning team at HB comes the latest in a long line of groundbreaking, state-of-the-art racing chassis. We proudly present to you the Pro 5 Competition 110 scale four-wheel drive touring car. Using its vast knowledge of competition chassis design, the HB R&D team set out to create the next level touring car platform. The HB Pro 5 provides the driver with the ultimate level of stability and flow.
VRC Pro Track Cam with a nice sun flare in the lens now as the sun gets lower in the sky. Getting ready to bring up race number 5. Race number 4. It's going to be Mark Burt, Dave Vera, Stephen Weiss, Kenji Hosoda, Jason Hillcoat, EJ Evans, Hideo Kitazawa, Anthony Coretti, and Fernando Gordino. And American drivers in this one, Germans, Japanese, South Africans, and Australians in this one. And now the roof of the driver's stand, providing no shade for the driver's eyes.
Drivers ready. Car number 3 on the turn in less than 5. 6, 5, 2, 1.
Underway with race number 4. Mark Burke leads us out. From America, he's in the orange and yellow. Had a solid run in round number 4, looking to continue his progress forward in this field. Letting these guys get a couple laps in to see where everyone is at. Early pace looks good from Mark Bird on lap 1. He comes out swinging with a 17.9. Early pace 17.05, and we're going to a Tamiya instant replay. This is Dave Burt getting it wrong at the end of the sweeper, and his run is over. Just like that. That's a shame. He came out of the box quick. Down the straightaway through the sweeper, turns into the infield, turns in too far, and shreds the right front corner of the car. That allows Jason Hillcoat from South Africa to take over the top spot. His early pace 17.518. Coretti runs in the second spot from Australia. Gordino runs third from the U.S. And now Coretti moves out in front. Gordino runs second. Kitazawa runs third. Weiss in the fourth spot. Hillcoat runs fifth. Vera sixth. Hosoda seventh. Evans in the eighth spot. Mark Burt off the track after a lap. 4.3 seconds covers the field. Less than a second covers the top four spots. So we have a good heat here. It is competitive. All of them trying to take down a 16.501 effort from Daniel Zieber. Going to the VRC Pro Track Cam right as a collision happens. Wasn't able to catch which two cars were involved. Let's take a look at lap times here. Looks like Hideo Kitazawa may have been one of them and Dave Vero may have been the other one. Or Vera and Hosoda. That's my guess. (16.501) the pace for new leader Hideo Kitazawa. Weiss runs in the second spot and Gordino runs in the third spot. And Kitazawa not quite on TQ pace. Off by 0.3 of a second. And a Tamiya instant replay coming up of the collision we saw at the VRC Pro Track Cam. Just car got inside. That's the one car of Jason Hillcoat. And the car on the outside just turned right down on him. Just one of them racing deals. And now Weiss moves out in front, 16.501.7. Just off of TQ pace. Kitazawa runs second. Gordino runs third. Vera in the fourth spot. Hosoda in fifth. Closing in on the end of race number 4. Weiss takes over the top spot. He's got Kitazawa right behind him by 0.7 of a second. Weiss finishes up with a 5:01.2, and so he comes up with a little something extra. Fastest lap on his last lap, and he will reset TQ by 0.3 of a second. Kitazawa finishes up second, 0.7 behind. Gordino in the third spot with a 5:03. Vera with a 5:05. So Stephen Weiss takes over from his countryman at the top of the field with a 16.501.2. We're going to step away and pay a bill, and we will be right back after this message. We're back and getting ready for race number 5. LiveRC.com's coverage of the IFMAR World Championships from Kissimmee, Florida is brought to you by Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HPI Racing, CRC, Reedy, and Lifetime. My name is Marshall Scari, and I'm coming to you from the VBC Racing Broadcast Center. We have instant replays provided by Tamiya and our track cam provided by VRC Pro. Bringing up Loic Jasmin, Dominic Fogel, Mikkel Orlovsky, Ben Cosgrove, Michael Jasmin, David Ehrbar, Ethan Erchinger, Gonzalo Cortez, and Fangzhu Zhang. So Stephen Weiss with the mark to beat right now, 16.501.2. Loic Jasmin has been doing a good job of punching above his weight, setting times that hold up for several heats. So we'll see what he can do in round number 5 qualifying. Last round we're going to run today. We'll run one more round of qualifying tomorrow morning, and then begin the finals for the 2014 IFMAR World Championships. Cars are lined up. Loic Jasmin, the Frenchman, will lead us out on this one in the white and blue number 4. Dominic Fogel in the white and green number 3 will start second. And cars begin to take the track. Jasmin's first lap. It's solid, 17.8 right out of the gate. To be competitive, you got to be running low 17 lap qualifying efforts here. Jasmin just off of that, 17.506 early on in this one. We'll see whether the pace decays. Partial cloud cover on the track right at this very moment. Current temperature 88.4, so slightly cooler than the absolute maximum for the day, but there's still a lot of heat in that asphalt. Jasmin, Orlovsky, and Fogel, your top 3 early on in this one. These were the same 3 guys that were duking it out at the end of the 4th round version of this heat. Oh, cars getting together after tumbling. We continue on with race number 5. The pace, 17.509, much quicker than the current TQ mark. Ehrbar moving up into the 2nd spot. Erchinger running the 3rd spot. So Orlovsky and Fogel off the pace. Fogel with a 21.4 on his 5th lap, so he falls way down the order. Michael Jasmin not making the start in this one. Loic Jasmin, 17.509. That is a solid qualifying effort. Certainly top 20 in the round if he can keep it up. And full cloud cover on the track for the moment. Letting that pavement at least hold temperature instead of increasing. Air temperature is coming down slightly, but make no mistake, it's still hot and humid. It is Florida. I believe we have Orlovsky on our screen, but I'm not certain. It might actually be Ethan Urchinger. A little over a minute left in this one. Like Jasmine continues to lead. He's left the rest of the field behind. He's up by 4.5 seconds on Mikkel Orlovsky. Erebar moves up to the third spot. He's from Germany. Orlovsky from Poland. Like Jasmine, 17.5.10 with a solid effort. He is definitely on track to reset TQ. Top 5 drivers still on 17-lap paces. Good fight for 3rd, 4th, and 5th between Cosgrove, Erebar, and Fogel. Picking up Dominic Fogel. He's moved his way back up to the 2nd spot now after tumbling down the order early on in this one with a 21-second lap, just devastating to his overall time. But he has responded, trying to track down Jasmine. It's highly unlikely that he'll do so because he's 6.2 seconds back going into the last lap. Cars are starting to finish up, and Loic Jasmine will reset TQ as he has been doing. 17.5.10. The new mark to beat Dominic Fogel, 17.5.17, just nipping Ben Cosgrove for 2nd spot. Erebar finishes up in the 4th spot. Urchinger in the 5th spot. Cortez 6th, and Zhang 7th. Orlovsky off the track after 12 laps. So let's see how many heats Loic Jasmine's time holds up to in this round. It's typically been 2 to 3. So we're going to step away, and we'll be right back after this message.
VRC Pro is your RC racing sim for endless training and racing. Super realistic electric on-road racing on tracks like Epelheim, Colegno, Himstede, Bangkok, Orlando, and more. Learn setup, improve race control, meet 100,000 other racers. This is VRC Pro, and it is free to play. Go to vrcpro.com and sign up today.
Welcome back to LiveRC.com's continuing coverage of the 2014 IFMAR ISTC World Championships from Full Throttle Raceway in Kissimmee, Florida. Going to bring up race 5 for you in a moment here. Josh Cyril breaking out the baseball cap and the sunglasses for his 5th qualifying effort. Got Kevin Hebert standing next to him on the driver's stand. He's been wearing a hat the whole time. And suddenly I feel like I'm doing Joan Rivers' job at some big award ceremony. IFMAR officials doing some timing adjustments on one of the previous heats here before we get going with race number 5. We're getting set to go. It's Felix Law, Shavit Salagupta, Takayuki Kono, Cyril Ndiaye, Kevin Hebert, Matt White, Viyami Kutfanin, Chris Adams, and Josh Cyril will contest race 6 of 10. In the final round of qualifying for today, it is round 5. We'll do one more round tomorrow morning and then get ready for the main programs. Mark to beat by Loic Jasmine, 17.510.750. Law sets out. Salagupta chases. Started to see flashes of the performance we're used to seeing from Kevin Hebert in round number 4. We'll see if he can find some more performance here in round 5. Also hoping for better things for Josh Cyril in this round. Early on, it's going to be Kono, Cyril, and Hebert, your top 3. Picking up the Awesomatics of Josh Cyril heading into the infield. That's the purple, white, and yellow car. Holder of multiple national championship titles here in the U.S. in various on-road and oval classes. He went on a tear through the mid to late 90s, picking up tons of championships along the way. Owned his own chassis company. Has raced 8th scale off-road. He's kind of done it all when it comes to RC. He's here at the World Championships, putting his hat into the ring. 5 laps in, it is now Law out in front and DA in the second spot. Showing Hebert running in third. And it's virtually a tie between Hebert and Ndiaye out in front now. Hebert from Canada, Ndiaye from France. The pace 17.510.4. That would be good enough to take TQ if they could hold up. Got a ways to go, though. Let's see what happens as we continue on here. We're following Felix Law in the 7 car, running in third right now. It's Ndiaye and Hebert grappling for the lead. They're a 1/10 of a second apart. (17.510.1) the pace now for Cyril Ndiaye as he has a whole 0.6 of a second advantage over the current TQ. Looks like we're following him around here in the all-white car. Down the straightaway through the sweeper. Through the infield, through the short chute, and through the Omega turn. 10th lap for him, 18.3. The pace improving, 17.509.9. Law moves up to the second spot now. Hebert runs third. 1/100th of a second between Law and Hebert. They're 1.1 seconds behind Ndiaye. So Cyril, Ndiaye that is. We've got one guy with Cyril for a first name, another guy with Cyril for a last name, and they're actually together on the track. Josh Cyril, that second car in line. Cyril Ndiaye, the third car in line. I bet you won't see that combination in racing again in your whole life. And Ndiaye ducks inside and continues his quest to reset TQ here in round 5 at the IFMAR World Championships. Through the Omega turn. Cyril and Cyril alone together against the clock. It's Ndiaye, Hebert, and Adams up to the top 3 now as Law falls down the order. Hebert 1.2 seconds off of Ndiaye. Adams 3/4 of a second behind Hebert. Closing in on the end of race 6, we follow Cyril and Cyril. Your leader is in the white car. Josh Cyril running in the 8th spot. There's Felix Law in the picture as well. Felix is running in the 5th spot. Master clock expires. Salagupta is in. Oh, Law getting squirrely right in front of Ndie, the leader on the last lap, trying to get to the line. They don't touch, but it got pretty close. And Ndie will not improve TQ, goes 17.5.12, his last lap 18.7. Hebert finishes 2nd, Adams in the 3rd spot, White finishes 4th, and Law in the 5th spot. Oh, drivers cooling down after their qualifying attempt. They can put their stuff away for the day now. And race 7 will be up shortly. We'll take a little break and we'll be right back after this message.
Hey guys, if you're looking for Team Associated products, V5, flat metal, touring cars, GC 6.2, Superior Hobbies is the place to go.
Check out Superior Hobbies for CLC and tell me about.
This is Derek from Butterfirm. If you need a Butterfirm body, hit up Superior Hobbies.
We are back getting set for race number 7. Like Jasmine's TQ time holding up. 17.5, 10.7 is the mark to beat. Bringing up Colin Price, Nicola Moroni, Marco Kaufman, Alexandra Laurent, Martin Hoodie, Charlie Putiotin, Thomas Pumpler, Mark Fisher, and Francesco Martini. Great Britain, Italy, Germany, France, Slovakia, Thailand, and Austria represented in this race. Closing in on the end of qualifying for the day. It's been a qualifying marathon. We started off this morning with round number 2. We're closing in on the end of round number 5. We got one more round to do tomorrow morning. And the field is starting to take shape, although it is getting mixed up a little bit. X-Ray has joined the A main party, getting 2 cars in after looking at the combined scoring totals after 4 rounds. And we expect it to shake up further after round 5. And Colin Price is going to lead him out from Great Britain. Off he goes. Underway with race number 7. They're chasing a 17.5, 10.7. After lap 1, it's going to be Moroni, Price, and Kaufman. Two laps in, Price regains the lead. Early pace 17.506, so pretty stout run so far. Moroni 1/10 of a second behind Price. Kaufman 1/10 of a second behind Moroni. Fisher 2/10 of a second behind Kaufman. And 1 second covers the first 7 spots. So this is a very evenly matched heat. Going to have to wait until the end to see how this one turns out, as we will likely be unable to predict it on the way there. Maroney now taking over the top spot by 1/10 of a second over Charlie P. His pace 17:508.6. 2 seconds up on TQ. Putiotin runs in the second spot. Laurent up to the third spot. Price drops to fourth. However, as I say that, we're still looking at 1 second covering the top 6 cars. And Martin Hootie moves on up to the top spot now to be the third or fourth different leader of this heat. His pace 17:508. Martin Hootie, X-Ray engineer, running his T4 2015. I would bet someone money he's got prototype parts on that car. They're constantly searching for more performance with their vehicles. With their own on-site engineering and manufacturing facilities, so they can make changes faster than pretty much anybody else. 9 laps in for the field. 2 seconds cover the top 7 spots. And it is Charlie P's turn at the front. Three cars snaking through the infield together, trying to not hold each other up or get in each other's way, but still trying to push forward to improve their times as much as possible. They're down the back straight. And now Mark Fisher takes his turn at the front of the field. 17:509.7 the pace, about a second up on TQ. Picking up car number 3, Mark Fisher, your leader from Germany. Six thousandths of a second between Charlie P. and Mark Fisher. Got 4 laps to go in this one. Still on pace to reset TQ. Having a race this close tests your patience. We've already learned you can't hammer on the car. You got to be smooth with it. But then when you can hear the race announcer saying that you're in a tight battle, it just kind of puts you under pressure. It makes you want to stand on it. And Fisher, Price, and Laurent, your top 3, as a convenient combination of last names at the front of this field. Gives your announcer some small measure of amusement. Price finishes up with a time just behind TQ by 16 thousandths of a second. Fisher coming around trying to finish up strong and does so, and will reset TQ. 17:509.9 from Mark Fisher. Colin Price finishes second. Laurent third. Maroney fourth. Hootie in the 5th spot. Martini 6th. Kaufman 7th. 1.5 seconds covered the top 5 cars after 5 minutes of racing action. The drivers are cooling down. There's car number 2. Belonging to Marco Kaufman. He was near the top earlier on, then fell down. And we're going to pay a bill. We will be right back after this message.
From the World Championship winning team at HB comes the latest in a long line of groundbreaking, state-of-the-art racing chassis. We proudly present to you the Pro 5 Competition 110 scale four-wheel drive touring car. Using its vast knowledge of competition chassis design, the HB R&D team set out to create the next level touring car platform. The HB Pro 5 provides the driver with the ultimate level of stability and flow.
We return with race number 7 of 10, our D qualifier here at the World Championships. This is Nicholas Lee, J.J. Wang, Rick Howard, Scotty Gray, Frederick Sudoff, Juho Levin, and Chris Granger, Simon Nicholson, and Ralph Birch. New mark to beat set by Mark Fisher, 17.509.9. All drivers in this heat sporting sunglasses now as the sun's getting lower and lower in the sky. Look at how long the shadows are. Air temperature continuing to drop slightly. We're now down to 88.3 degrees, so it's still hot. Had some cloud cover to let some of the heat off of the track. Looks like it's back under sunshine again, but now the angle's getting lower as the field sets out to attack a 17.509.9 time. Slowest lap on lap 1, Nicholas Lee with an 18.8. These guys are getting down the road in a hurry early on in this one. Sudoff, first 2 laps, 17.7, 17.5. His pace 17.5 flat. So Frederick Sudoff on a heater early on in this one. Car 7. Three laps in, it's Sudoff, Nicholson, and Howard, your top 3. Gray in the 4th spot, Granger 5th, Birch in the 6th spot, Wang 7th, 11th, and 8th, and Nicholas Lee 9th out the back. Running lap times a second off of the rest of the field. He just turned in a 24.7, so I'm thinking something's wrong with his car. He has traditionally been at the front of the field each round so far in qualifying in this heat. Sudoff, Nicholson to the 2nd spot. Howard runs 3rd. Pace starting to decay a little bit, 17.503, so still 6 seconds up on current TQ. Howard in the 2nd spot, running 1/100th of a second behind Sudoff exactly, and he takes the lead now with his best lap on lap number 7, 17.7. Lucky 7s aplenty. As we're in race 8 here, moving towards the end of qualifying for the day. Howard leads, Nicholson 2nd, Sudoff 3rd, Wang 4th, Gray 5th, Granger 6th, Birch in the 7th spot, Lee in the 8th spot, and Levinon off the track after 5 laps. Picking up Howard, going through your screen right there in the white and the red. He's running solid 18, very low 18s to mid 17s. And we've picked up Scotty Gray in the green and white, running in the 5th spot. You'd think a guy named Scotty Gray would have gray on his body somewhere. And Nicholson regains the lead on lap number 12. His pace 17.505. They're up on TQ by about 3 seconds. Howard 0.05 of a second behind Nicholson. Sudoff runs in the 3rd spot. Gray in 4th, Wang 5th. So it's a dogfight between Simon Nicholson from Australia and Rick Howard from the U.S. There is Howard in the white and red. Reedy Powered Associated. Car is going over the wall. Didn't catch who it was, but we'll find out. "30 seconds left on the master clock. Howard trying to finish up strong here. He's on a pace that will beat the current TQ by about 3 seconds. And Nicholson takes over the lead once again as Howard falls a half second behind. Final seconds ticking away on the master clock. Nicholson, Howard, and Sudoff racing to the line. They will reset TQ. The question is how much? Nicholson's in, Howard's in, Sudoff is in. Nicholson will set the TQ 17.506.7, improving the mark by 3 seconds. Howard hangs on for second with a 7.07, 1 second back. Sudoff a 1/10 of a second behind Howard at 5.07.8. And Scotty Gray finishes up in the 4th spot. And we'll see how Nicholson's time stacks up. It's pretty solid. As we bring up race number 9 in just a moment. We're going to pay a bill here, and I'll be back momentarily.
Race number 9, you are next. Race 9, you are next. Your 2-minute clock has begun. 2 minutes to start. Race 9. One to start. Running order to be as follows. In car 5, leading us off on the tunnel, ball at 3, 9, 2, 8, 1, 6, 4, 7. Once again, it's going to go 5, 3, 9, 2, 8, 1, 6, 4, 7. Seconds, Roberts. 30 seconds. Everybody is checked. 10 marshals are alive. Seconds. Car 5 on the turn in less than 5.
Set to go with race number 9. Second last seed of qualifying for the day. It's Mean V, Hara, Matsuzaki, Lemieux, Moore, Prumper, Harper, Hardman, and Jeffries. The mark to beat 17.506.7. Lap 1, it's Mean V, Hara, Lemieux, your top three. Following world champion in 8th scale nitro and sedan Atsushi Hara. In the Yokomo ride for 2014, he has left the HB team that he'd been with for many, many years, and looking to get himself into that A final, which will be happening tomorrow. Hara chases Mean V around the track. On the clock, after 4 laps, it's going to be Hara, Mean V, Matsuzaki in the 3rd spot. Lemieux runs 4th. Prumper in the 5th spot. Moore runs in 6th. So we follow leader Atsushi Hara on an 18.513 early on in this one. Sliding back to Hayato Matsuzaki, 2007 world champion in 2-wheel drive off-road. He gives chase to his teammate Hara, both in Yokomo machines. Hara, Matsuzaki, Mean V drops to the 3rd spot. Lemieux runs in 4th. Oh, Hayato gets it wrong heading into the infield. That will certainly move him down the order, as he's got a mirror full of Paul Lemieux now, heading through the Omega turn over the stripe. This could get dicey as we head down the straightaway. Oh, Matsuzaki gets it wrong on the straightaway, so Lemieux drives on by. We follow the X-ray of American Paul Lemieux through the short chute, into the Omega turn, across the stripe. And we got a Tamiya replay of the battle between Matsuzaki and Lemieux. Matsuzaki, doink, clips the wall, spins the car, and he will tumble down the order. So now it's Hara, Veyrock, and Lemieux, your top three. Hara's pace 18.514. Smashing the current TQ if he can keep it up. Mean V on an 18.516. Lemieux 18.516 as well. And Lemieux overhauling Mean V for that 2nd spot. He's now half a second behind Hara. As Hara approaches Mean V on the track. Drivers down that back straight. Yokomo teammates heading into the infield. V catches a dot. Hara's right on his tail now, and Mean pulls aside. And Hara continues his charge to try to set a TQ time for the round. Down the back straight for Hara. Hara kind of following the game plan he normally does. He says he usually starts out slow at an event, kind of gains speed as he goes along, and then suddenly he's just kind of up there at fighting for the victory in the overall. Tokyo drift around that right-hand hairpin. Driving on the edge right now. I got the chance to step outside. The air has definitely cooled off. You can see the light conditions have changed. Track's cooling off, and these guys may be benefiting from just a little bit lower temperatures on the track. Jeffries moves aside for Hara. It's Hara, Lemieux, and Mean V. Lemieux still hanging in there. He's 0.4 of a second behind Hara. The pace 18.516. Final seconds ticking away on the Master. The question now is, could this time hold up for the entire round? It's a good one. You get 18 laps in 5 minutes on this track. You're doing something right. Hara ducking inside another vehicle. He sets out on his last lap. Let's find out what we're going to see. Hara down the back straight through the sweeper, into the infield. Through the double apex left. Around the hairpin, through the short chute. Into the Omega turn, nice and tight around the last corner, and he finishes up with an 18.516.2. Lemieux coming around to try to come up with something to answer Hara, but can't. 18.5, 18.7. Last lap a 19.9, so not what he was looking for at all. Mean V in the third spot. Matsuzaki fourth, Moore fifth, Prumper sixth, Jeffries seventh, Harper eighth, and Hardman ninth. So Hara throws down the gauntlet to the final heats and by saying, can you beat an 18.516? We're going to find out. Final heat of the day. Up next, it is 5:17 Eastern Daylight Time here in Florida. Lighting conditions changing rapidly as the sun is getting low in the sky. And we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back after this message.
Hey guys, if you're looking for Team Associated products, V5, flatbed, touring cars, DC 6.2s, Superior Hobbies is the place to go.
Check out Superior Hobbies for CLC and Tommy Parts.
This is Derek from Brotherfirm. If you need a Brotherfirm body, hit up Superior Hobbies.
The final heat of qualifying for the day gets set to go. It's going to be Naoto Matsukura, Ronald Folker, Mark Reinhardt, Bruno Coelho, Akio Sobue, Victor Wilk, Yilis Grosskamp, Christopher Kropp, and Alexander Hagberg. They need to contend with an 18-lap run thrown down by Atsushi Hara, 18.516.299.
Everybody check in. Car marshal ready. Car number 5 on the cone in less than 5.
Here we go. Matsukura leads him out. VRC Pro Track Cam showing the clouds in the sky. And the car's ripping around that right-hand hairpin to head over to the switchback onto the straightaway. Matsukura. A relative blowout for him in round number 4. He ended up in, I believe, in the 8th spot. One of the drivers who stands a chance of locking up TQ. Folker chases in the 2nd spot. Yokomo teammates on the back straight. Like Folker got onto the straightaway just a little slow. But he continues on around the track. And check out the lap times. 16.9s for Matsukura and Folker. Current pace 18.505. I would say the track has genuinely gotten faster. Matsukura, Folker, Sobue, your top 3 after 3 laps. The pace blistering, 18.506. Coelho runs in the 4th spot. Wilkin 5th, Reinhardt 6th. Grosskamp 7th, Kropp 8th, and Hagberg 9th. Sun coming back out here just for a flourish as we follow Akio Subui through into the infield. Difficult lighting conditions now because that sun is low. You can see that the shadows can make it tough to judge where your car is precisely on the track, especially as you go down that straightaway through the shadows of the trees. Matsukura, Folker, and Sobue are how they continue to run. Pace decaying a little bit, but still 18.508 for Matsukura. So Matsukura could get 3 TQs, still couldn't lock it up though. Volker can answer in round 6 tomorrow morning and have an overall time that was faster than Matsukura's, his best overall time. He could still TQ, so this will not get locked up today. Reinhardt tumbles in front of Coelho. Coelho, our surprise TQ from round number 4, continues on. Running in the 3rd spot now, trying to track down the leaders, and he runs 2nd, 0.2 of a second behind Folker, and Matsukura's gone. Believe he's off the track. Yes, Matsukura is off the track. And that opens things up for the rest of the field. It's now Folker, Coelho, and Wilk, your top 3. Coelho, 0.5 second behind Folker. Can he TQ again? He's in position to do so. Coelho's car looked loose going through the switchback. Following him around in the orange and white X-ray. He's at the hairpin heading to the switchback, down the back straight. Coelho, 19.8 on his last lap. That is not helping. He drops to 4th, so it's Folker out in front. Wilk runs 2nd. Sabue's 3rd. Folker's pace, 18.5, 13.5. So the question is now, can he hang on, basically? He's got about 2.5 seconds advantage on Hara's time. We pick up Folker on the track. He's down the back straight in the Yokomo. Into the infield. Driver's probably praying for the sun to go behind the clouds right now to get the light a little flatter so they can judge these cars better. He's down the back straight. Folker, Coelho, and Wilk. Coelho now running 2 full seconds behind Folker. Car crashing on the screen. Looks like it was Hagberg. Folker continues on. 18.5, 14.5 the pace now. Coelho, 1.5 seconds back of Folker. 2 laps left in this one. Folker sets out on lap 17. Through the infield for Ronald Folker, European champion, looking to claim a world championship. He's across the line and sets a time of 18.5, 15.2 to TQ round number 5 here at the World Championships. So like Matsukura, Folker now has 3 TQs, I believe, but cannot wrap up the championship yet. Or does he have 2? We'll have to go back and look at the results. Folker, Coelho finishes up just under a second back. He also beats Hara's time. Sobue finishes 3rd. Wilk in the 4th spot. Kropp in 5th. Reinhardt 6th. Grosskamp 7th. Hagberg and Matsukura not completing their qualifiers. That wraps up qualifying for the day. We're going to have some J-Concepts pit reports for you shortly, so don't go away, as qualifying draws to a close on Saturday here in Kissimmee, Florida. LiveRC.com's coverage of the IFMAR World Championships continues with sponsorship provided by Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HB, HPI Racing, CRC, Reedy, and Lifetime. You can see Aaron Waldron and Burb Kerndl hanging out down there with the mobile camera. They're going to do some J Concepts pit reports here momentarily.
The exact time for everything else here by 5:50.
We apologize for the super audio blast.
From the World Championship winning team at HB comes the latest in a long line of groundbreaking, state-of-the-art racing chassis. We proudly present to you the Pro 5 Competition 1/10 scale four-wheel drive touring car. Using its vast knowledge of competition chassis design, the HB R&D team set out to create the next level touring car platform. The HB Pro 5 provides the driver with the ultimate level of stability and flow. Yeah, current European champion here, Ronald Volker. Just TQ'd round number 5. It's going to be pretty important now. You're almost virtually locked into the top 2 spots on the grid.
Yeah, on the other hand, I'm happy that I came away with the TQ spot, which should secure me at least the 2nd spot. But I'm on the other side also disappointed. I lack of pace a little bit to Bruno and Naoto. And I couldn't make a 5:14. Naoto did yesterday evening 18 laps 5:14, and I did 5:15. And now it's just 5 minutes after the race. I'm a little bit disappointed that I couldn't take now overall TQ, because if I would have done faster, I would have been TQ for now. So it comes down now to a showdown in Q6. And but for that, I need also to talk with my mechanic and improve a little bit the car.
Well, of course, if you guys go down to round 6 as a battle for TQ, it's more fun for us.
Yeah, sure. For you, it's fun, but it was quite interesting in the last one. I didn't give up, but I saw I couldn't match up the pace with Bruno and Naoto. But when I crashed, I tried just to maintain the spot. Even I was a little bit too slow. So from that point, I got a TQ. Which maybe not 100% deserved, as the other guys crashed. So I just wanted to have a better feeling for the car for tomorrow, a little bit more pace. So of course I'm happy with the TQ one, but as everything goes down to the A finals, I need to do still a step up.
We ran, the track was, I believe, hotter now here in the last round than it had been. But tomorrow, again, we go back to the cold in the morning. Do you think that your car was better when it got hot?
Actually, the first one this morning was hotter than the last one. So I think it won't be that fast to the Q6. So depends. I think need to talk a little bit about the setup. It's just not a big thing needed, but just again the 1-2% missing to make me more comfortable as well as more quick to drive against Naoto and Brunner.
Is it, how important will the 10 feet or the 1 spot advantage be on the grid coming to the finals?
It's important. Of course, you can overtake here and try to dive into the other cars, but always important because you are on the responsibility, and if you drive clean and don't crash, normally you can win. Even if you have a little bit slower car, it's a lot of pressure. Then starting from pole, but I think in Naoto, me, or for sure everybody, he or me, we want to beat TQ. So this will be important, and it will come down to Q6 before.
Congratulations on a great run so far. Good luck tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Ronald Volker getting closer to TQ, but he's going to need some magic tomorrow morning. Another fantastic finish here in round 5 for Bruno Coelho. You had a TQ in round number 4, second here in round number 5. You said before that your goal was to make the final, but now your goals, I'm sure, are a little bit higher than that.
Yeah. In start, my objective is only the final, and now it's fight for the top 3.
And you certainly showed the pace. Certainly when it's hot. The track was really warm this morning. Did you think it changed much throughout the day today?
No, I think not.
And then so tomorrow we have the one last round of qualifying. You're pretty much locked into the final now with the best 3 points that you have. Do you have a different plan then for round 6, or is it just try to once again get another round 1?
Just do the same. Yeah, just
win it. It's for a win, for sure. Now we have achieved our goal. Our main goal is to the main final. Now it's amusing, and tomorrow it's another day for fun, and to give the maximum I don't know. It's the limit in this moment.
You did an incredible job at the Euros to TQ, kind of out of the blue, and then had a chance to win that, made a mistake, and lost the race. Does that kind of hang over your head here, or do you just know that you got to do the best you can at every event you go to?
I will do my best and try to win, of course.
Do you feel like this is sort of redemption as a chance to win this after not winning the Euros?
It's a redemption, of course. Too many years. We are talking about 12 years, and this is the result of 12 years of work, of hard work, believe me. In a country that doesn't have any kind of conditions, no one supporting nobody. It's everything for our own, and now it's our gift. It's our prize. I don't know how we spell it, but it's amazing. It's a strange feeling, but it's amazing.
Congratulations not only on meeting your goals and making the finals here, but really you've been the biggest story of the race so far. Congratulations.
Thank you for you.
X-Ray driver from Portugal, Bruno Coelho, making the finals, surprising everyone. Really been an incredible story to watch this week. It's been 14 years since the last time Matsushihara won the Touring Car World Championship, but looks like you're on your way toward another final.
Yeah, I have a really on the edge. The one before this, the round 5, the qualify, and I'm 10th, the overall point. And yeah, but it's the between gap from 11th and then my 10th place it's kind of big different gap. So maybe I don't need much more points, but I'm sure I want to. In the main, I want to go a more higher position. So we try to teamwork, change some setup. I think it's really work. Yeah, my car is much better. Hayato's car much better. Naoto's better. Rono's better. So I think I can make finish third for the round 5 qualify because of teamwork.
So then going into round number 6, are you a little bit more aggressive now that you think you might be safe on points, or do you just want to get another good solid finish and make sure that you're in the show?
I think still I have chance to probably fourth. I think top 3 already. You know, they how do you call fix? It's fixed. Yeah. I think top 4. I think so. Maybe I can make 5. Position 5. Maybe this is the limit for me. But definitely I try to get more a point and get to the top 5.
You won your world championship with Yokomo, and now you're back at the Worlds with Yokomo again. Is it nice working with the same people?
Yeah, definitely. Yes, this is kind of I still actually I not much realize. I win long time ago with Yokomo, but Yokomo didn't win since when I win after that. So yeah, if I can win one more time with the Yokomo, yeah, this is like excellent. So I try.
What do you think of the track layout, and how much did it really change today with the heat?
Yeah, I think it's actually today's the last qualify. It's like so much happy hour. The track is so much grip. I think it's everywhere consistent grip. So everybody have better lap times, better total times. But during the daytime, it's really hot, and then track was a little loose. So probably the setup change, not much doesn't work because anyway tire get overheat easy. So I think it's mainly I have to change driving style with really high temperatures. So tomorrow, round 6 still maybe not too cold but not too warm. But I think I should careful to drive to tomorrow the last qualifying.
Do you think your experience racing at this level helps you at this point, or are the newer kids just so fast that it really doesn't matter?
Yeah, for sure. The new kids have a new talent, new technique. This is natural, All the guys have experience, but it's not much new things. But definitely my experience for sure still help all of my career. So yeah, I think it's still keep using much as possible with my experience.
Tsushiharu's been on top of the touring car world for over a decade now, and looking for a world championship number 2, and off to a great start now, locking his car into the final. Congratulations, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the BBC Racing Broadcast Studio here from Full Throttle RC Raceway in Kissimmee, Florida. We just wrapped up day number 3 of the ISTC portion of the 2014 Electric On-Road World Championships. And Marshall, today we actually saw a little bit of a change in stories from what we thought we'd see after yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
Yokomo and Tamiya cars were far faster than everyone else. Especially the Yokomo drivers, Naoto Matsukura and Ronald Volker, were just the class of the field. But today we actually got to watch a little something different.
Yeah, we got to see a really neat story develop. Portuguese driver Bruno Coelho, driving for X-Ray, has suddenly made a name for himself and kind of splashed onto the scene here at the World Championships. He's now qualified 3rd after 5 rounds of qualifying. He TQ'd round 4 outright, and we knew about him but didn't know he was this good. So it's a really neat story to see someone kind of emerge at the top of the rankings in the world.
Bruno Coelho, I was talking to him and his dad a few times today with a couple of J Concepts pit reports, but just chatting with him in the pit area. I met him in Italy at the 8-Scale Off-Road Worlds a couple of weeks ago, but come to find out he's a lot more experienced in on-road racing. Just started racing electric on-road a couple of years ago. But earlier this year, he TQ'd the European Championships for Touring Car and had a chance to beat Ronald Volker, made a couple of mistakes and lost the title. So he and his dad both talked about that after racing for 12 years now, their main goal was to make the finals at the Worlds, and now they've done that. So now they're starting to look forward to, well, it's not only they have a chance to make the main, but Bruno's got a shot at winning this thing.
He does. From 3rd, that's a realistic starting spot, and that kind of ties in with the story of the Yokomo and Tamiya party at the A-Main kind of getting broken up now between Bruno Coelho and Alexander Hagberg. There are 2 X-rays in the main now. Paul Lemieux, the top-placed American driver, is BQ right now, also with an X-ray. If he can come up with a run 7th or better in round 6 and have Hayato Matsuzaki not come up with a good run, he could just sneak into the show later on in the afternoon. We'll follow that storyline as well and see what happens. And we are getting set to go and shut it down for the night. We'll be back tomorrow with one more round of qualifying and then all of the finals. Our broadcast is sponsored by Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HPI Racing, CRC, Reedy, and Lifetime. For the Live RC crew here,
I'm Aaron Waldron.
I'm Marshall Scary, and we will see you tomorrow morning with the final day of the World Championships. Good night.
VRC Pro is your RC racing sim for endless training and racing. Super realistic electric on-road racing on tracks like Eppelheim, Collegno, Himstede, Bangkok, Orlando, and more. Learn setup, improve race control, meet 100,000 other racers. This is VRC Pro, and it is free to play. Go to vrcpro.com and sign up today.
Hey guys, if you're looking for Team Associated products, V5, V5M, touring cars, DC6.2s, Superior Hobbies is the place to go.
Check out Superior Hobbies for CLC and Tamiya parts.
This is Derek from Protoform. If you need a Protoform body, hit up Superior Hobbies.
From the World Championship winning team at HB comes the latest in a long line of groundbreaking, state-of-the-art racing chassis. We proudly present to you the Pro 5 Competition 110 scale four-wheel drive car. Using its vast knowledge of competition chassis design, the HB R&D team set out to create the next level touring car platform. The HB Pro 5 provides the driver